a few weird technical issues at the start of the stream is sometimes a thing that happens. I've done some recafoobling on my PC recently, and I guess maybe it was a bit too much recafoobling, and it was a little bit upset with me. So, as a result, I had to do a little restart. Kimberly Ann, I'm very sorry to tell you that, well, I had planned to play Factorio this week with Parker and Archer, but then I couldn't raise them for a little bit, and I thought, maybe I'll try something solo. But then it's okay; they'll come back to me. So I now officially owe everyone a Factorio stream. That's the deal. But on the plus side, hello Archer.
How are you doing, Astro?
I'm good. I need to turn you up a little bit. Or is it in Discord where I need to turn you up? Where are we?
I'd turn me up in Discord.
There we go. Try that.
Hopefully that's better.
It is better. Okay. And we've also got... Oh no, sorry Angus. I owe you now. I promise. Next week I will play Prison Architect. How's that? I won't play it between now and then, but I will next week do a Prison Architect stream. The other thing that I've changed in here is I now have a up and down, like my monitor where OBS is up above my webcam. So what I'm hoping is that I'll be playing down here and that's fine, and then I can look at you here and that's fine. But when I look up at chat, I'm hoping that it's not going to be too weird for me to be looking up like this when I look at what you guys are saying. But we'll see. We'll see. Right. So shall we play some Factorio? Last week we had some things went
Besides,
poorly. Well, because of the... So here's what happened. We weren't keeping an eye on the evolution of the biters. We weren't actively taking out the biters, and we weren't actively managing our pollution. And as a result, the pollution then got so bad that the biters just kept coming in and attacking us over and over and over again and destroying our walls and destroying our cannons to the point where we just had no chance. And we stood no chance against them because we'd not been increasing our weaponry. So we did have armor piercing rounds, but we didn't then have power armor or uranium rounds or laser turrets or ion cannons. So that in my personal playthrough, I've gotten to the point where I have basically cleared the map anywhere near me because I have an orbital ion cannon network that auto targets any incoming hostiles and nukes them from orbit, which is shiny. Very shiny. So in other news, the Steam Deck is here, which is cool. And what's this Elden Ring? I keep seeing people talking about this. What is Elden Ring? Oh my god, it's very expensive. And it's mixed reviews. Has anyone played it?
I haven't. I've got people at work playing it.
It's like an ARPG, right?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I just play Diablo? For the 1,000th fucking time. Can we see
We
some
should do a
gameplay?
Diablo stream one day.
That would
The
be fun, actually.
tarnished
Oh my god, that's
will
very loud. Oh, Jesus God almighty. Uh-huh. Alright, well, there's nothing really exciting to see there. What are people saying about it? Possible fix for PC frame rate? Game isn't fully optimized yet. Worst PC port I've ever seen. Stutter like hell and any hardware will struggle. Alright, good sign. So let's just ignore that then. Too busy playing the demos of upcoming games. Are there some good ones? I'd be happy to be steered towards some fun stuff. I busted out the old, very faded Kerbal Space Program mug from when I first started playing it, and they first came out with merch, and I absolutely had to buy a mug. I don't know if they're still selling them. I'd have a look. Okay. Do you want a quick tour of my factory before we begin?
It depends how closely is our factory turning to yours.
It'll take some time for our factory to become like this. So, these are my air filter farms, of which there are multiple. This is my air filter factory. This is my huge new solar and battery array over here, which is slowly building out. Here are some more air filter farms. Some more air filter farms. Which I need because, well, here's the pollution on this map so far, but you can see it very rapidly dropping down here around my base, which is quite nice. And then, hang on, it's going to take too long to walk everywhere. Let me just go and get in my plane, which should just be down here. So here's my launch silo complex. Got a rocket in the pipe here, so let's put something in it. And I'll give you the little tour. The little tour of what I've been up to. So I got my little plane. Oh yeah, hang on. Let's go a little bit slower. I'll just head up to the nuclear facility up here. So I've got my nuclear reactors up here driving all of these turbines. Sadly, they really don't produce that much in the way of power. Solar is still better. I suppose if you had like an equivalent sort of size, it'd be good. Let's grab ourselves a couple of atomic bombs, and we'll put those in there. And then let's grab... Oh, I haven't... Oh, okay, never mind. I was on the way to producing armor-piercing rounds, but I haven't gotten there yet. I've got my fuel for the nuclear reactors rolling around out here, and then in this facility, I've got my centrifuges that pull apart the raw uranium ore and turn it into 235 and 238. Then I've got a centrifuge farm here that refines it even further, so we get more of the light green stuff, which is the stuff that's actually useful, and less of the dark green stuff. It's currently jammed up because it's completed its task. And this guy isn't producing... Oh, I see you don't have any 238. We can fix that. Nah, let's not. But yeah. And then, what else have we got? There's a huge solar array over here, which is producing 3.5 gigawatts, and there's 382 gigajoules worth of accumulator charge. And yeah, it's pretty freaking insane. And the most insane part, I think, is... I don't know if this is going to be a good example, but here's a large factory, which is filled with medium factories, and in each of these medium factories... No, these ones are actually just regular ones. But you can nest the factories, so a better example is probably this one. So in this factory, we've got... So this one is where we're piping in oil and water to turn into sulfur, to turn into sulfuric acid. We're also making plastic in here out of coal, which is coming in from this factory full of quarries and steel plates. No? Oh, it's just plastic and coal. More oil, This one is producing green chips out of copper coils from this, which is being made from copper plates from here. And then there's steel plates coming in from here. So, yeah, nesting factories. And then that sends all of the plastic and green chips through into here, where they get turned into red chips, which sends that through into here, where they get turned into blue chips. Nesting factories is insane. What is the map size? Whatever the default is. I didn't actually choose or change. But yeah, and then I've got... Right, where am I? Here we go. I've got the ability to... let's do this. Where is this? Bring me one ion targeter, please. Robots. Bloop, thank you. Let's just head outside the base a little bit. And we'll just shoot something. Let's find like maybe some trees to shoot at. As I say, there's no enemies like anywhere near my... Oh, yes there are. Okay, so I just nuked myself. Somehow. So... Lol. That's a good one.
Or save.
Yeah, I think we'll just exit without saving there. I just wanted to shoot a nuke at those spiders and then maybe use the ion cannon. It doesn't matter. Ah, ooh, ooh. Oh, sorry, I just had a cramp in my hamstring. Fuck. Okay, let's host a new game. Supply challenge. Team production. Compete as small teams. Sandbox. Or Rocket Rush. Oh. This could be fun. You start with all technologies unlocked and you try and get to the rocket as quick as possible.
Interesting.
I'm actually totally down for this. Hey, have you, could you try and ping Parker? Have you got an alternative way of contacting him? Oh. I could actually just ping him. Actually, let me switch over to game mode. Let's see. Just, like, contact him in Steam. Because... Oh, I'm not signed in. That might help. Where is he? Parker? Parker? He's offline. Last seen 19 hours ago. What a scrub. Alright, fuck it. Let's do a rocket super crazy fast run. Terrain, normal. Enemy, sort out. I think we should modify the enemies. So the frequency and size of bases we turn down. Peaceful mode is off because let's, you know. I'm going to turn up the starting area size to give us a bit more expansion. And I want to change their evolution factor. Or do I want to disable evolution altogether?
I would say put it as low as it can be.
Time factor 10. Destroy factor. Wait, what is... Let me read this. How fast evolution increases over time? 10. Okay, that's good. Destroy factor. How fast evolution increases due to destroying enemy spawners? Let's lower that. And pollution factor... Okay, that should be fine. That should be fine. It's the normal size map. Recipes normal. Everything's normal. Absorption modifier... That's fine. Let's preview the map to make sure that it's going to be reasonable. I see A bunch of cliffs there, but is that water? There's some uranium over there. What do you think? I think that looks pretty good.
Say, if we go, so if you go down to where the pond is, down on the middle of your screen, go to the, what is that? The right. It looks like there's a ton of uranium right there.
Down here.
Nope, keep going.
Oh, over here. Above my head.
Yeah.
What am I doing? Okay. I am down like a clown. I think this should be fun. I think this should be actually hella fun. And I should have saved all my blueprints in hindsight, but that's fine. Cool. So it's the same server name and password as last time. Let us begin. A rocket rush. Oh, hello. Welcome to Rocket Rush. Your goal is to launch a rocket into space as fast as possible. Use the provided coins to buy equipment, and then head down to the launch pad to begin. Hint, use trash slots to refund erroneous purchases. Robot Army control unit mod is not active. Use... Okay, that's fine. Coins? Okay. What the fuck? I don't understand. So we've got coins, and then we can buy things. So we've got military hardware here. I guess I'll take 5 submachine guns? No. Okay. I guess I'll take 7 submachine guns. I'll take some uranium rounds. Huh? Very expensive. Okay. I guess maybe we'll stick with... What is that? A lipstick? Precision explosive cannon shell. Okay, cool.
A kiss of death.
Say again?
It's a kiss of death.
Let's get some machines. And I guess some inserters. Welcome aboard, Hidden Archer. 15, 20 of them. Let's get some belts. Am I running out of cash? I am. Ooh, you can buy a jet straight out of the... like a gunship straight off the bat. I don't think we need those just yet, but I'll get a couple of belts and things. What's in that one? Bio stuff I don't think we care about. Okay, I'm just going to run down and see what's... what? Okay, I'm quite confused now. So? Nope. Oh, okay, that's right. You can refund stuff. So let me refund these guns.
So if you just click on the item and then click on it again, it just puts 1 in there.
Yeah. Well, I'm very confused. Has anyone played this fucking game mode before? Am I, like, meant to build right here? No. Do we both have to be in this box at the same time to get where we need to go? Probably could do with one of these. And, wow, that just bought me 13 stone furnaces. Okay.
Yeah, I am 100% confused on this.
Mm-hmm.
There's still like 2.5 in here.
Leave it there for the time being. Do you want to come down here and let's see? Okay, here we go. I don't know. Let's just give it a try and see if we can figure out what the fuck we're doing.
I don't think we ever know what we're doing.
That's also very, very true. Okay. So I see some stone.
There's stone and oil fairly close.
Yep, and coal south and iron up to the north, as well as copper. Um, we've got very little in the form of stuff that we need, but that's fine. Let's get cracking. What's in my suit as well? Oh wow. Okay, we got some goodies. We got a personal Roboport Mark II. We got an exoskeleton, energy shields, and a fusion reactor. So I also noted that I have 25 construction robots. I'm guessing you're the same. So technically I should be able to do this. Oh. Yes. And then I guess we begin? Okay. Why am I not seeing the coal in my inventory? Oh, because it's gone into my trash slot. Okay. Let me just turn that off for the time being. Alright. Bam. Wait. How is this burner mining drill getting bonus production? Oh, because we're fully researched. Okay. Hey, I've got a great idea. So this is actually going to be relatively tricky. Because we're going to need to... Actually, hold up. Okay, there's no ion cannons in orbit. I did note that there was an ion cannon targeter that you could pick up, but doesn't appear that there are any ion cannons in orbit, so therefore it's fucking pointless. Okay, so I'm just going to get some... Actually, I'll use a steel furnace, thank you. Just going to get some steel underway. Or at least some, you know, some something. Alright, we've got some something. So let's think about what we need here.
I've never made a rocket in this game.
It's relatively straightforward. And by relatively straightforward, I mean there's a lot of stuff that we need to do in order to get there. I mean, first things first, we're going to need to start ramping up the production on these patches. But I think that one of the things that we should consider sort of moving to as rapidly as possible is we've got to sort of start targeting red chips and blue chips and green chips and that whole sort of shillelagh. Gosh. Oh shit, I got a rocket launcher as well.
Nice.
I don't seem to be able to fire it? Question mark? Okay, that's fine. Never mind. Okay, let's think about this. So we're going to need to ramp up the production of buildings to begin with. Let me just... let's get power online. Yes, that is a good first step. So what are we going to need for power? We're going to need a bunch of steel and gear wheels. And, oh good, I accidentally bought a shit ton of stone furnaces so we can make boilers quite simply. I mean, we do eventually want to be making solar farms for better power, but I think if we just get some steam engines up and running to get us underway, that's probably a good sort of starting point. Kilowatts, 5.82 megawatts. Okay, so steam turbines are probably going to be a really good source of power, actually, instead of steam engines, at least in the initial period. So the rocket silo is 1,000 steel plates, 200 processing units, 200 electric engine units, 100 pipes, and 1,000 concrete. Then we need to launch a satellite, which requires 1,000 processing units, 1,000 low density structures, 50 rocket fuel, 100 solar panels, 100 accumulators, and 5 radars. But in order to get that satellite launched, we then need to make the rocket silo. We need to fill the rocket silo with rocket parts. The rocket parts are, if memory serves, you need rocket fuel, which is in here somewhere. There it is, which is solid fuel and light oil. Solid fuel is made from, you can just make it from petroleum, so we just need a petroleum refinery, and then you turn that into solid fuel, which you turn into rocket fuel. We also are going to need computer parts, which are made from blue chips and speed modules, and low density structures, which are made from copper plate, steel plate, and plastic bars. So there's a lot. There's a lot we need to make. But I think we should be able to. We might even be able to knock this out today.
Wait.
Yeah. Maybe. Alright. So let's start getting some goodies. I'm going to grab some iron plates here. Did I also make... No, I didn't. I should have bought more stuff. I'm already realizing.
I think we go back in.
Oh, so hang on. Let me show you a couple of tricks, because you've got construction robots now. So if you pop over here with me. So in your command bar at the bottom here, there's some new goodies for you. So there's the Deconstruction Planner, which is the red button. So if you select that and highlight those trees in front of us, and your little dudes will just go and chop those trees down and bring the wood back to you. When you highlight that, or when you select that, you'll see that there's a green square around us. That's the limit of their flight range. And you can get them to go and, like, break rocks, and they'll bring everything back to you. Or to you, in this case. And in... They can also take down cliffs, but I don't think there's any around there. The other thing that you can do is, if we have a look at these, the drill and the furnace and whatnot that I've plopped down here, I can use the blueprint tool, and I can select that, and it's going to go ahead and create a blueprint, which I can put into my... I can put it into a blueprint book, or just drop it straight into my inventory. And that way, when I want to make that, I just, select it, and it'll bring up a ghost of it. I can also just use the copy button, which is just here, and it'll just straight up bring up a copy of that, which I can place down, and my little robots will pull stuff out of my inventory and place it down there for me. Later on, we'll build a robot network so that there's construction robots that are cruising around and doing things. But for now, we have to kind of do things out of our inventory. Make sense?
Yep. So they cannot do cliffs,
Okay.
without
Not yet.
explosives.
Okay, cool. Alright. So let's see what we can do about getting some power online, and then we can start building some goodies. Hello, Kimberly Ann. Welcome aboard. I was considering playing Prison Architect, but I'd much rather play Factorio with my friends. So much. It's. I know. It's disappointing. I'm sorry. Pump. No, I want an offshore pump. Where is offshore? Put your glasses on, Astro. But now that I have, spilled the beans a little bit and said, all right, well, maybe I want to play some Prison Architect, I've made the promise. I will be playing Prison Architect next week. Let's see. I want an offshore. Hey, I'll just use the searchy thing. So I need some copper to make that happen. So let's go ahead then. And I'm going to go ahead and get... oh, gosh. It's weird starting out with nothing. Gotta say. I want a quick, cheeky burner mining drill and a steel furnace. Nope. Alright, I'll just use a stone furnace. I'm just going to grab, put a copper doobly-doo up here.
Apparently, you can get raw fish.
Yes! I don't know what to do with that, with the raw fish, but, oh, there you go. I've got some. Left click to consume. Oh, when in cursor. So I put it down here, and I... Left click to consume. Click. And it just picks it up. Cool. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, let's get some fucking copper underway, shall we?
Okay, I need to grab my pills real quick.
I'm glad you reminded me earlier. I've forgotten to take my meds this morning, which is not good. I mean, it's okay. Well, look, now that I've said that it's a thing, Kimberly Ann, next week, I shall play some Prison Architect. It's a promise. But for this week, Factorio. It's sad I can't find Parker. He was going to join us as well, but maybe he'll turn up later on. All right, let's see. So we're doing the Rocket Rush, which I've never done before, but it does sound pretty fun. So let's go ahead and I'm going to get... So let's see. This produces... output is 120 per second. Output is 60 per second. Okay, so 120 per second was 2. So let's go with 2 of those. And then, wait, can I even build one of these? Copper plates, iron gear wheels, and pipes. Yeah, I can.
Hey, we can actually build something.
Uh-huh. I'm just going to get some electricity online for us as a sort of first port of call. Because I don't want to be running everything on burner inserters for the rest of time. I want to be able to get cracking on this rather quickly. So let's go with an offshore pump. Let's go with 2 boilers that can go like here and here. Let's grab some pipes. Then I'll connect these 2 together. I'm going to need to bring some fuel in. If you wouldn't mind, could you grab some coal and bring that down? Ah, shit, I still need some more copper plates. Get us a steam turbine. So, the one that we used in the past was the steam engine, it produces, and we could build that straight up right now. It produces 900 kilowatts of energy, whereas the steam turbine is 5.82 megawatts. So, yeah, it's like 5-6 times more powerful, and it's the same size. So, I figure it's a fairly good investment early game to get that up and running. Let's craft those bits and pieces while we're running down. From my experience, we should be able to run 2 of these off these 2 here boilers. Actually, yeah, 2. Let's see. Is it? No, we're still making some spinny things. Some spinnamajigs. Some pipes. And here comes the turbine. Boom. I'll just place that there, and it's going to share the steam from both of these suckers. Alright. Now we need some power. And then we need to... Shit. I need some more copper. Actually, while I'm on the way, let's do another burner inserter. Double up this copper production. Stone furnace. And... Yep. Okay, gimme. Alright. So, let's get some power poles. Let's start to get some factories online. I have 5 factories to get us up and running.
Alright.
This is just temporary cabling for the time being. Whoop, fuck. It's too far away. Alright.
There's a temporary storage box over there.
Thank you. Drills. We need better drills. We need electric drills. I can make 5 of them, which should be good to get us started. And then we're going to need to start making transport belts and all the good stuff. Let's see.
Apparently there's a nest up here somewhere.
Is it due north of you? No? What is that? Oh, is that a blueprint?
Oh, that's the
Ah, right. Ooh. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I have no idea how to cancel that once you've placed it down, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Okay. So, let's start here. So with 5... Actually, we better start with steel. Alright, we're drilling for steel. Now we just need... God, I hate when I do that. We just need some furnaces. We can start cranking this up a little bit. Where are my electric furnaces. What do I need for that? Steel plate, advanced circuit, stone brick. Oh my god. That's a ways away. That needs plastic. So we're going to need to still use fueled furnaces for the time being. Oh my giddy aunt. I'm slowly beginning to realize that me looking at this and going, oh yeah, that's fine. Like, the ingredients for this is nothing. That's not the case.
Yeah, we should have probably tried this off camera.
Should we start just a regular one?
I mean, I still don't know very much about the game, so
It's fair enough. Let's start again. Let's start a fresh new game. Free play. Next. Terrain, enemy. Okay, the evolution's still turned down. I should have taken a copy of that last seed, but that's okay. Alright. So, like... Ooh. Ooh, that's nice. Look at that. That's a good reactor. Oh, okay, never mind. So we'll start fresh. Oh, you can turn on and off different materials? Why would you want that?
I don't know.
Weird.
Yes, I took that. And I took that. I totally forgot I have a reminder app to tell me, hey, you need to take this medication now. Because otherwise, I am terrible.
Come on. Yeah, I have troubles as well. Okay. Server is up. And I can see some good resources in our starting area right from the get-go. Oil, coal, stone. Is this the same string?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. I tell you what, though. Jesus, it was nice starting with personal robots. I wish that were a thing.
Yeah, that was nice.
Alrighty. So, starting from scratch, we're no longer doing the rocket rush because we got confused. Let's begin. And it's exactly the same seed, which is great because it's quite a nice seed. Like these two patches here, the coal down here, the stone here, and then a little pool here for power generation. It's nice. Why am I hearing clunking?
I don't know.
Alright. Let us begin. Boys and girls. Cats and kittens. Let's do a Factorio. So, standard beginning procedure. My god, I'm running so slowly. I'm going to set it up to 2 speed. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Cool. Let me, hang on. Instead of that, let me, oh, no. You're correct. You are correct. Yeah, no, it's fine. Do the old couple them together, and that way they can be feeding one another. Have you got any steel plates?
I have 13 on me.
Is that enough? How much do you need to make a burner mining drill?
I can make one burner mining drill.
Please do so. I shall make a stone furnace or two. Oops, the wrong button, but that's okay. Alright. So, a little bit of steel underway. Okay, we got some steel. It's a come. And another burner mining drill. Let's grab some coal. And I will get some copper up and running.
I love how we're feeding coal to the coal.
Coal to the coal gods. Well, the old, oops, where am I? Here we are. The old loop of burner miners just feeding each other is the quickest and easiest way to get things up and running. Just amp up our coal production.
Or base and destination.
Oh, piss.
It won't let me take the... Oh, wait. Wait. Hang on. I might be stupid.
What
There
you
we go.
doing? Old burner mining inserter. That's nice. Very nice. Okay.
That way we don't
These
have
guys
to
are
be...
going okay. This stone furnace is probably a little overwhelmed. In that it's chock-a-block full of iron ore. But that's okay. For the time being, this will do the trick. And you can have some fuel. Excellent.
You can have some fuel. You can have
And
some
you
fuel.
can have some fuel. Fuel for everyone. Alright. Let us begin with the production of goodies. Oh, I can actually straight up get some fuck. Yes, I can get some fuck. That's a thing that I can get. I'm going to go ahead and grab... Oh, first of all, make sure your alt mode is turned on so you can see what's in stuff. So, same as last time, I'm going to get some fucking power up and running so we can start doing powery things like inserters. Where's my like? Here it is. Doodle-doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo. Doodle-doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo. Here is an offshore pump. Cannot build here. You lie. To which we will add. Yeah, let's go that way.
Changed my color.
Oh. I have to manually cut down trees. What a chore. What a bore.
Right.
It's so good when you can just say, robots, destroy. Oh, well.
Yeah, we need some of those, like, soon.
Oh, bugger. Oh, they're miles down the track. Yeah, it's going to be some time before we can build robots. Just spotted that there's a little tiny sliver of water there, which is probably going to get in the way. So let's do this. Then we'll put down un boiler. And then 2 engines de la steam. And let's chuck some coal into here. Oh my god, I've just realized how fast this thing consumes. Okay, and then next, we need lots of iron. Much more. Nope. Yeah, let's just do it. That's fine.
I've got some copper plates now.
Let's see. How is this burner inserter working? Oh. It is not. Alright. Oops. Accidentally put some wood in the chest. Okay. What's a good bitrate to stream at? I know Twitch has a limit. I stream at 6k BPS. Kimberly Ann, that's a sort of recommended. That's the best sort of where you want to be, I guess. And go down from there if you can't. You're at what? 1600, did you say?
I'm at 6100k.
Yeah.
Sorry, not 16. 61.
Yeah. Ah, fuck. Got stuck.
It's stable all the way down to about 4,000.
Nice. I have lots of coal.
I need...
Just gonna fuel everything up here. Alright. So, for my next trick, I'm gonna try and slowly get enough goodies together so that I can send some coal over to the power plant, and then that way we can start making regular inserters instead of burner inserters, and then, well, I'm going to need coal everywhere, aren't I?
Probably.
Yeah, because we're going to need to fuel all these drills up and everything. Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna let's just make a bunch of transport belts. let me think about this. What I'm thinking is, if I put a belt up this way, yes, and
Okay, there we go. Pulling coal from it.
mm-hmm. The only question mark is how to get the coal onto the belt without these guys, like, these burner drills still need coal of their own. Actually, hang on. Ugh, I just went to use the Deconstruction Planner. And that don't work. Well, as far as I know. Okay, so if I just go like this, and then if I'm very I'm very crafty, I can do this. Whoop, Jesus! Oh lordy! And then we can go around like this, and we can put a burner drill behind. Sorry, a burner inserter behind each of these drills to put stuff back into it before it finds its way north. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I need your help on that one. And then let's fuel them up. Lovely jubbly.
Hi.
Look what I found.
Hi, Follow Bear.
Okay.
Cats are being very needy.
I will do that. Alright. So I have burner inserters up here for the time being. But we have the wherewithal to bring power up here, so I think that should be our next sort of target. But first, let's run this way so we can have some more drills should we need them, and then I'll run this all the way this way so we can get copper powered up. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, Archer. Look at it. I mean, it's not, it's disgusting. But it shall serve.
Apparently my mind's not thinking properly today.
What did you do?
I just made burners. I just made the drills instead of burner inserters.
That's alright, we need more drills. Okay, so I'm out of that, and I have very few of these, but that's fine. And then, next stop, fuel. I mean, power.
Good idea to have them feed into a chest like that.
Have what doing what?
The furnaces, so we're not having to go grab them individually.
Yes. I mean, eventually we'll put them under belts and whatnot, but for now, that is perfect.
Okay, so what do we need? Red balls.
Alrighty. So our first
I think
destination.
the thing that we should look at doing is expediting getting to solar and lessen what we're using for burners.
Yes. I mean, there's a few steps along the way. First thing I think is automating red science. Well, we got to get to automation, which means we're going to need to produce red science bottles. Then we need to build a lab and research how to do automation, which is the factories, the assembly machines, and then automate the production of science, and then beeline our way towards both solar and air filtration to try and keep our pollution under control. But we also need to balance that with some military research.
Yeah, the military research is going to be more important than anything else, I think.
Alright, so I got a bunch of coal here that I don't need, so I'm just putting it into a chest to feed onto the belt. I will make a lab.
Alright.
I'm just going to plonk that sort of south of the steel field. Let's get some research underway. What do I need for red science? Copper plates and iron gear wheels. Easy. Iron. Copper. 142. Don't know if I need that many, but we'll just make 20. So let's look at our research stack here. Well, the first one is automation, so that makes it a fairly simple choice. And then from there, solar energy, I guess. So we got to go through electronics. Solar energy needs
Oh, do we not have...
green science.
We don't have the queue.
Shit. Hang on. Let me enable that. Le copy. And is it tilde? Yep. Yep. And yep. So that should now be a thing. Yes.
Yes.
All right, cool. And
So gun turret, I think, should be next on that list.
Yeah.
And then logistics.
Definitely logistics. Probably going to need to think about steel processing as well. And machines, I reckon green science. We don't need fast inserters just yet.
Should we do basic walls?
No, I think
Or
we'll be okay for the time being. Wait. Oh, that's automation done, huh? Alright, well let's get an assembly machine. And let's start getting a chain of machines that make machines and machines that make science. So we can get science ticking automatically and we don't need to worry about it. We just need to feed it with steel and, well, what is it? Copper plates and gear wheels. So, not difficult. Is easy. Contents of... No, I'll stop. Wow, okay. Gun turret's done. Logistics, yeah, this is going to be the big thing, because we're going to need to pipe the steel out from the steel patch and bring it down into a assembly farm where we can turn it into gear wheels. Yes. Alright, that should be enough science to get us up and running. So, let's see now. Assembling machine 1. I need some transport belts.
really hard to see your name tag on the freaking ground like that. It almost blends in with the trees.
And let's clear that shortcut. Okay, so let's think about this. What are the things we're going to need? We're going to need a machine that makes belts, a machine that makes... so I'm doing these 3 machines here to make steel gear wheels to get us the first step of the way, because we need those. We will need an underground belt as soon as they're available.
They should be available here in a second.
Cool. Boom, boom, boom. Love that sound. And let's replace these burner inserters with electric ones. Oops.
And we should probably look at switching out the burner drills for the electric drills.
They are probably a ways away. Oh, no, they're right there. Fuck yeah. Okay. Oh, and I should probably make sure that these are connected to power, huh? There we go. That'll help.
Probably.
Okay. What were these going to produce? Cogs. Alright. We have cogs. Okay. What is next? Next we need... Oh my giddy aunt. Okay, I've got a few copper plates over here. Where are we? Hang on, let me just do a quick scout. See where we have, like, clearance to build. I like the volcanic area to the south. Oh. Sorry about that. Just had an eyelash turn itself around and stick into my eye, which is a bit disconcerting, but that's alright. Oh, hello. Evidently we do have a biter nest down here. Which we should probably take care of before too long. A whole whack ton of cliffs out here to the west. A big forest.
Oh, that's a big biter nest too.
Should probably get military researched. Make ourselves some submachine guns.
Working on it now. Already in queue.
Yeah, definitely. Big cliff. A big old body of water up here. Just trying to think about which way the base is going to naturally expand. I'm guessing probably north, but then there's some cliffs. But, it'll be fine. Oh wow, we're already producing a fair amount of pollution. Because everything's running on coal.
Yeah. That's why I want to try and get everything moved over to electricity.
Mm-hmm. Seconded. Alright. Oops.
I think the research is halted.
As we've run out of red bottles. But what I'm trying to do now is let's just make ourselves a couple of belts that we can pull stuff off of. We'll just start heading north. Okay, red bottles. We need copper plates and iron gear wheels. Cool. So let's go like that and that, and give me 2 of those. Oh, they're still building. Okay. Alright. So let's try and be a little bit clever. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go like this. Hang on before you do that. Actually, no, not that. Before you do that, let me do this. And then we'll split this off this way. And then what you do is you put an underground belt like this. And then you can split this one. And bring that out like this. And then we can create a row where... Because we don't have long-handled inserters yet. So,
Yeah, we do.
Do we? Oh. Oh. Ignore me. So then I'll put the copper and cogs on the bottom. If we move these up by one, like here. Then we can have another belt above, which is where the science will exit. Actually, I should do it the other way around. And then we win, question mark. Anyway, we can exit it out the top, and then, I mean, we probably don't even need to do this, honestly, at this point. If I just do a little something like this. Oh, hang on.
That's what I was going to suggest.
Just have one feeding into each lab.
Yep.
Character is in the way. We are out of electricity? Oh!
Or not.
That's my bad. That's my bad. Oop. Hi. Sorry. Go for an adventure. There you go. Oh no, you should use a burner inserter for that. It's one of the few cases where it's actually a good idea. Because even if you lose power for whatever reason, it'll continue to, like if you have a blackout, it'll continue being able to put steam into the steam engine, coal into the thing, because it's running on coal. Cool beans. In fact, we don't need both of these. I'm going to remove one for the time being. Actually, no, because they're not... Doesn't matter. I was going to say I was going to remove one of the steam engines, but they don't produce pollution, so it's not a problem. How much pollution is this producing? 200%. Awesome. 60 per minute. Not great, not terrible. Okie dokie then. So let's do a little bit of this.
That.
Yep. Lovely. Let's see. I would like an automated... Yes. Actually, no. I'm just going to make a little section here that's going to produce belts for us.
Do you want to go ahead and have a section doing inserters as well?
Ja. Was ist das? No, for that we need circuits. So let's make a section that does copper cables. Do that. Let's layer up, I guess. Not cool. The limit of what these stone furnaces can handle. So we might need to redo what's going on in steel land over here. Let me put some inserters down for you. Science, bitches! Oh, they're not quite fast enough.
Yeah.
That's a shame. It's alright. We'll reconfigure that when we need to. For now, it'll get us where we need to be. Okay, so next, let's go ahead and do belts and inserters, I guess. It's in an inserter.
Yeah, belts and inserters.
Oh,
And then
which needs... Okay, oh wait, I'm back to it. Copper cables, right. I need some steel in a big way. What's this? D&D Beyond keeps sending me notifications on a Sunday like, hey, good news, you can buy books. Like, I don't want to buy virtual books, mate. Alright, so... Copper cables. Let's move that over by... Oops. Copper cables. This is all very terrible. I am embarrassed by how disgusting this is.
we won't tell anyone.
Here, get rid of that. Good stuff. Power. Alright, so this guy makes copper cables, which... umpteen million copper cables already, so that's fine. In fact, in hindsight, I should have done that further down. Fuck it, it's fine. Right, next in our cavalcade of mediocrity. We're going to use copper cables to make green chips with iron plates. Which we can then use to make inserters. Actually, first... Iron plates are a problem.
Yeah, they are.
Got any?
Okay, so military is researched, and we've got heavy armor being researched now.
Sick. Just going to rearrange this a wee bit. Just temporarily. And then this. Oh, that's not good. No, that won't work. That's silly. What am I doing? Fuck me. Yeah. It's fine. Oh, hey, Flash Guy. Welcome aboard. You're playing with yellow belts. I got a mod because blues were not enough. Ah, cool. Nice. Yeah, at the moment we've only just begun. So we're like super, super... Well, I've made a complete cock up on this, quite frankly. But that's fine. Yeah, Archer, the slight problem that I see here is that I've placed... Whoops, that's not what I want. I've placed these two stone furnaces down, and then they've not got anywhere to... Ah, no, wait. Just output them. Look. Look, hang on. Look, check it. Da, 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 da. Right? And then... long-handled inserters, of which I can afford one. Bosh. Job done. Get some power into that. Okay. It's not great. But they're producing way more than they were before.
I had one on me, so...
This is good. I mean, it's not good. It's okay. In fact, I should probably move all of these over by... Sorry, I'm thinking out loud here. Alright, let's try this again. Let's do, like, here. I mean, technically, I should be... technically... No, fuck off. No! Hang on, hang on, hang on. Technically, what we should be doing is not doing the burning of, like, the smelting... inside this area. Like, we should be doing it, like, not on the steel patch, if that makes sense. But it's fine. Okay.
Because I've got enough... I have enough inserters on me to get this up and running now.
Okay. Just gonna pipe that to there. And then, oh my god. Oops. What? This way. Here we go. Now. Alrighty. How's that? I like it. Okay, we've got some reasonable steel now, I think. Now we just need to make a couple more powered drills.
Poles.
I need. Say again?
We need some power poles, too.
Oh god, okay. Here, let me... It's too many. That's fine. Oh, wait, that's not gonna work. No, that's fine. Slight problem. I gotta leave a gap between them for power poles. No. What? Thank you. Okay. Let's try this for a third time. Because I am done. Bang, bang. Long handles go out. Power comes through. Good. Stream partner needs to turn himself up for his stream, but we can hear him fine here on yours. Oh, there you go. Your audio's a little low on your stream, apparently. Archer?
Yeah, not surprising.
How you doing today, Flash Guy?
So my mic died.
Mm.
So I'm
That's
using the microphone on my webcam, which is tiny.
disgusting. How dare you? Arrange this section down here as well. Fast inserter. Good call. Go there. Long handles go out. That one still needs a long-handled inserter. These need to be powered. I have the fixins for another long-handled. Let's put that one to there. Good. I'm just going to pull these ones apart. Because we want to put more drills in down here. And I can afford to make 5. Delightful. Shoulders are tight at the moment. Time for a massage. Alright. Drill. Drill. Character is in the way. Drill.
That one's nice. A
Drill.
massage and acupuncture afterward.
Ugh. Maybe a visit to the steam room. Alrighty. That should speed things up quite nicely. It's still overload. In fact, we could probably pull 2 of those electric drills out and still be hunky-dory. But, oh no. Yeah, no, that's fine. That is the maximum of what we can do right now without completely re-engineering this.
Yeah.
It's all good. Okay. What do we need next? What's the next most important thing for us to research? Or to construct? Belts. And then assembly machines. And then green chips. And then logistics science packs, which is transport belts and inserters. So, no, actually. Belts, inserters. Belts, green chips, inserters. Logistics science. So, let's start with belts. Two, three, 4, 5, and then here. Yes.
We're going to do that because that's going to help here in a little bit.
So, tap out some cogs, bring them shit, this way. Is that too far? That might be too far. And then, yes, it is too far. piss. Alright. It's fine. I can't count.
Counting
Yeah.
off that.
Oops. Okay, so... And that's too short. Somehow I've just gone both too far and too short at the same time. Cool. Hey, could you move up just a wee bit, please? Oh, architecture. Great idea. I've got him turned up on mine, but yeah, it might just be... It's probably just a setting in Archer's OBS. And that goes there. And you
My
tap
mic's
it down.
maximized.
Oh, there you go. Well, I've got you boosted. So it's... Yeah. Alright, in, and out. And power. And please make me belts. Delicious.
Yeah, I have a feeling my mic's gonna be like this for a while until I can get a new one.
It's actually surprisingly good for a webcam mic.
Oh, it's a Razer mic. Well,
Oh, cool.
it's the Razer Kilo.
Alright. We get ourselves a boss starting to form up here, which I'm pretty happy with. So what did I say was next? Inserters. But inserters need chips, and chips need iron plates and copper cables. Cool. So let's continue upwards a wee bit. Actually, I've got a great idea.
Our pollution is kind of going down a little bit.
Yeah, it's not bad. Oh, you know why? Because we've turned off all of the burner drills and the burner inserters that we had over here in the steel patch. So we should probably consider doing a similar thing elsewhere by reducing the amount of pollution generating objects that we've got going on. So like up here in the Copperfield as well. Ha, David Copperfield. Sorry, I'll see myself out.
We might want to have a small factory producing the electric mining drills later.
Oh yeah, do that. Do that now. Like anything that you are crafting in your inventory. Oh, well, we can't do that now because it needs electronic circuits. But definitely, yes. Anything that you're crafting in your inventory on a regular basis, let's get that set up ASAP. Actually, I'm just gonna... double this belt up here. Okay. Chips. So chips we want to have. Do I want to do that there? I kind of don't. Hang on. Deacon. So let's do chips like this. 1, 2, 3. What I'm going to do is going to seem a little bit nutty, but there is method to my madness. So I'm going to bring... What the fuck am I doing? Not thinking this through. So I want to continue all of these belts like this. I want to belt the copper in at the top. Copper coils in at the top. bring the... I want to bring the iron in at the bottom.
App that I have for my medications is very persistent.
Okay, so here's where I want to do this, which means I need to bypass these two, like this. And then this one needs to be one further. Do one of these to split this iron plates. Do one rotation there. We'll do an underground belt like that. And there is our iron plates. It also means that we can do this to double this up, allow those machines to produce as much as they possibly can, and actually that needs to be a splitter there. This needs to continue straight. Good. That looks nice. Okay, so this is where we're going to produce our green chips, and then we output to the north. So, in, and whoops, a bit too quick. In, one more piece. Out goes this way. Here's going to be our green chip belt. Feels good, man. Feels good. Not a lot of room for expansion, but that's okay this early in the game. Alright, green chips. Complete. And they're exiting on the... Oh, piss. Okay, never mind. We can double that up here, actually. Okay. How's that look? No worries, Flashco. Current Mega Place, 12 blue lanes of circuits are barely enough for the basics. Oh my god. It's hilarious how complicated this game can get. Oh, hello. We're choking on iron production again. Because
Interesting.
this inserter is marked for deconstruction? That's weird. Well, it makes sense, because we're using it. Gobbling it up rather quickly, so we're making all of this crazy stuff down here. I somehow missed that one. Let's get that. Okay. So we've got green chip production underway. Copper coils are doing nicely. We are potentially going to need to relocate the... no, it's okay. Okay, architecture 1 is good. We're going to need a lot of crushed stone. Not crushed stone, but a lot of stone. Too complicated for my damaged brain. Man, it's too complicated for mine, Angus. It's why my bases always tend to be just hideous spaghetti piles. But you wait. When we get this architecture up and running, if we have a solid amount of stone, which... Do I still have a drill? Fuck, I do. Okay.
Working on it.
Yeah, good man. Is it stone bricks? Yeah, I think it is stone bricks. Let me bring you some copper for that there burner inserter. That furnace, I should say. Well, that's an unfortunate place for it to wind up. um, hang on. Oh, I could have just turned it north, but that's fine. Boom. All right. I like how you're thinking.
Alright, what do we need it feeding into?
Just chest will do. We won't automate factories right away, but being able to have factories to reduce our footprint, I think, is going to be super duper useful. 4 deep laser wall? Holy Jesus. In my off-cam playthrough, I have my ion cannons set up in orbit. I've got 10 ion cannons in orbit, and they're set to automatically target anything that approaches my base, anything within radar range. Just occasionally you'll just hear this ion cannon ready, and then a few seconds later you'll hear the firing sound effect. You're like, okay, cool. As it just, just fires and decimates things around it. Where are we? I'm just going to take a 5-minute break. It's been 2 hours since I started, so it's probably time to grab a glass of water and stretch my eyes.
Yeah, hydrate.
Hydrate. I shall be back in 5, friends. Hi, welcome back. I just drank some coffee and it went down the wrong hole, so if I cough, I apologize in advance. So good news. While we were on break, we've just completed architecture, which is part of the Factorissimo mod, which allows us to do really funky things. So I'm just going to run down, and I've got a bunch of iron plates. Now the trouble is these stone bricks aren't what we need. But Archer's already on. Actually, no, leave the stone bricks there, because they will be useful down the line. But maybe if we do a little something like... Oh, like... Yeah, that'll do. I've got a chest. How quickly is this going to do? What does this do? It does not say. Mining speed 0.5 per second.
Oh, here, let me sweeten the pot in there.
Thank you kindly. So now, I can make a factory building Mark 1, which is going to take a little while to craft in my pocket, but that's okay. And the beauty of the factory building is... Where is it? I'm blind? Okay, cool. So what do we need next? What do we need to consider? Next, I think we need inserters? Question mark? I think inserters. Let's do inserters. So for inserters, we need the following. Iron plate, iron gear wheel, electronic circuit. So I'm going to do that up here.
Where are you going to put the factory at?
I was thinking, like, if I plonk it yonder.
Okay.
Like there. Right? And then you can come inside, and there's a larger workspace inside. And later on, we'll actually be able to put more factories within these factories. And then when we start getting into quarries, we'll be able to produce our own shit, which is pretty spectacular. Like, it's a funky thing. By the way, if you hovering over the building, if you press R, it will show you the input locations where you can pipe stuff in. So that's handy. Just grab myself some belts here. Could probably duplicate that as well. So what do I need? I need some copper. Alright, so first things first. I need iron plates. I need iron gear wheels and electronic circuits. So... And then let's go like this. So there. probably overkill, but
Yeah,
it's
everything can be overkill, though.
it's keeping things neat and tidy. Bam. How's that? The logistics flying robots are awesome, and having 2,500 of them flying around is always a great thing to watch. Just watching them zipping back and forth. All right, into the factory we go. 1, 2, and then was it the top? Oops, it was. Okay. In fact, I should have probably brought that in at the bottom. Now that I think about it, but it's never too late. Bottom, and then we can output at the top. So we'll bring. This doesn't need to be terribly complex to get us underway, but we can amplify this later on when we are ready to rumble. Okay, assembly machine Mark 1 goes here, and then we go in, out, in. Belts go here for the cogs, gear wheels, whatevs. And then this goes like this. And then out goes up here. This be inserters, please. Job done. My eye is itchy. So, this is a very, very poor use of the space that's inside this factory, but it does mean that we can ratchet up the amount of production that's happening in here as we go along. I will just do one more. Maybe 2 more? Just to preempt. Oh, we've got fast inserters now too. Nice. And look, there's even enough space for a cheeky little duplication point there. Excellent. Okay. And then they can come out here and join up with everyone else. There you go. How's that? There's your inserters. It's all... Holy shit. We've got some research cranking. Oh, thank you for the stone path. That's lovely.
And
Feel
I'm
free
doing
to...
something to help us in the future.
Hmm. Are you going to write fuck Putin in big letters? Because, I mean, I'd be okay with that, honestly. Okay.
No, I'm setting up bio nurseries.
What am I missing? Iron fucking plates. Ban it. It's not a gynecologist. I think. Need to amp up our steel production. Which is actually mildly difficult. Because we don't have any steel to amp up the steel. I'm thinking what I'm going to do is if I put down after the steel patch. So I'm going to move the gear wheel production. I'm going to put a factory down here, and in that factory, it's just going to be a whole whack ton of furnaces. and then we can just keep expanding the drills and feeding that as fast as we can. Because like the 6 drills that we have at the moment, 4 of them are actually producing. The other 2, yeah, and it's kind of flickering. So I think we need like many more furnaces inside of a factory that's like here-ish. And then that can feed into another factory that's making gear wheels and things. I wonder. Oh,
What about using quarries? How fast
yes.
are those?
They are not as fast as a drill, but they're infinite. So these drills are each looking like they're going to produce 18k, 13k, 10k. So probably, I don't know, 80k all up. Whereas, yeah, quarries they'll just go and go and go. And if you cram them in really tightly into a factory, they can, yeah. So the factory design that I have in my offline playthrough is running with the fastest belts. And it sort of has them in a loop so that they're both outputting, because they output onto one side of the belt. But the way that I've got them looped up, they'll saturate blue belts in no, like it just keeps them fully saturated at all times. So they're outputting the maximum possible amount. I'm gonna try and build another factory here. I think I've got enough iron plates, however. Here's some I can steal.
Foresting a forest so I can make more forest.
Shame there's an ironwood tree. There is actually a mod, or part of that bio mod, that allows you to terraform later on and purify air. So there's some fun stuff to be had. What does the position beacon do? Static beacon combinator that outputs its ID and position can be used. Oh, I see. Ah, I like it. Because there is oh dear. Let's see. Where are quarries? Quarries. We get the first layer of quarries under advanced material processing, and then the next one under processing 2. So we need green bottles and then blue bottles to get the good stuff. Green bottles to start. But the blue ones will definitely be that will definitely be a good thing once we get to that. How can we rethink this without a factory?
Carefully.
Hang on. Is that enough? That is enough. I'm making a factory. Make a factory that is purely smelting iron ore. That goes, I guess, you know what? I'll just pop it over in this direction.
So my thinking was going down, we'd have the factories off of this strip.
Oh yeah. Well, the problem is we've got everything's going, like all of the belts are heading north at the moment. Unless you want to redirect them and bring them south. But there's a
My
fair
plan
amount
was
of...
to extend this up.
Say again?
I was
Oh,
going
right.
to stand this up for a while.
Yeah, cool, cool. Well, if I put this factory here, like that, yeah, then we bring our, let's get some underground belts. Probably didn't need 5 of them, but it's fine. So then if I go like this, and again, and then that's fine. Actually, I'll move this down by 1. Okay, so and that whole loop of coal there can actually be removed now. Just let it drain before I reconnect that. Yes. And then we can tap off some coal from this. Bring that down into here. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. And then
We're running out of stuff that is red bottle only.
cool. Let's beeline our way towards greens then. Okay. So here's how this is going to work. And the beauty of this is that you don't need to leave any space for power on these. Well, I mean, these are burners anyway, so that's fine. And we'll go like that. And then fuel can be input here. And then output can go down to begin with. But then we will take it upwards once we are done, which means I'm going to use more fucking... It's fine. It's fine. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 furnaces now. Some inserters. And belts. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, Archer. Look. Actually, let me finish these ones off. You like?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so then let's tap this down and then this way and actually hold up. Let's do like that. And then let's send this way instead. This can go out. Oh, fuck. Here. And then the coal still needs to loop, so let's send that out here. Copper ore, or iron ore, can go like this, and then because why the fuck not? Fuel.
Steel furnace, electric furnace.
Out on this side. Baby. Oh, I ran out of long-handled inserters. Okay. That, my friend, is pretty solid. We could do with another couple of drills by the looks of it. Yep, we're actually only feeding that first row. So we can have twice the number of drills on that patch and we should be good to go. So let me just quickly do so. Drills. I can make 3. That's a bit of a disappointment. What am I running short on? Guess what I'm running short on that I need to make drills?
Deal?
Yep. Because of fucking course. Alright. Well, that's as good as we're going to get without duplicating the whole thing. Let's pull all this out of the way. It's no longer required. Oop. Hello. Oh, hello. Careful. This can go. This can reconnect here to carry the copper line back. This can come out of here. Oh, dearie me. Oh, well, actually, no, that's good because that doesn't need to be an underground. And then, it doesn't need to be a loop of coal. So you can just ignore that. Do you know what would be handy? If we, like, tap out the steel?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. The iron plates, I should say. Oh. Oop, no. And get rid of that. That doesn't need to be a thing. And then we can come down into here. Ugh. What a lovely sight. Okay, they're all running. And we're actually maxing out the belts. So I'll just reposition one of these. Maybe 2. And 9 each side.
We need to make...
Oh gosh, that's a lovely sight. I'm just going to quickly make myself a submachine gun. We need to make steel.
Yep.
Okay. And then after steel, we can make steel furnaces. So for steel, what about if we have another factory about where I am that pulls the steel off here and then turns it into, or even here. It pulls the iron plates off and converts it into steel. Because we're going to need that upstream, right?
Can you see that when I place... There you go.
Yes. Yeah, that's good.
I figure that's going to be the easiest way.
I agree. Ooh, nice. Let's get myself 500 steel plates here. Iron plates, pardon me. And some stone. Say again? Oh.
There's almost 1,000 in there.
Groovy.
I need to make a stone crusher.
You will find that under...
I need steel.
Yeah. Give me 2 minutes. Bam. And the dirt is gone. I also need... Holy shit, how much coal do I have? I have a lot of coal. And nothing to do with it. Ooh. What's going on down here then? Making some seeds, making some saplings. Lovely.
And then once we get... So once we get the bio farm, we'll be able to get... What is it? Wood and wood pulp.
Not propane and propane accessories.
Right.
Yeah. Character is in the way. God, I hate that. Okay. And a little bit of cheeky electricity. Alright, good. I had some excess iron ore in my pocket, so I've just added that to empty out onto the belt. Okay, steel. I need to do the same as what we did with the iron. And you know what? What's coming in there? Steel's coming in there. Yeah, that's fine. So if I go like that, steel comes in, iron comes in, steel comes out. Okay. I actually need to bring coal up here as well. Which is awkward. Because I haven't left space for it, and it should be on the main bus. No time like the present. Fucking iron plates. It's going out the top. Oh, okay. Wow, I've actually just flipped this perfectly. Alright, so that comes in like that. And then like that. And then underneath it? No, I don't think so. Let's go out this way. So pull that all back to there. Out this way. Underground belt goes like that. And then we'll send it out at the top. And then this is coal, which I shall bring in here.
So, question, Astro.
Hello.
In the, what is this? The room we're making the, inserters.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you have the green chips going?
Nowhere.
Not needed in here.
Say again.
We don't need them in here.
Yeah, you need them for the inserters. Check the recipe.
Oh.
One electronic circuit, one gear wheel, one iron plate.
Yeah.
But because they're split off the main bus, that's
Okay,
they're
well,
not going
maybe I'm
anywhere.
just tired.
That's okay. Boop, 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 boop. Um, put into the middle. All right. We need to bring some coal up here as well. Probably just here. Gosh, that's messy. You know what? It's fine.
I love that sound.
I love that I'm doing this and the belt's not moving any further forth. The one Sean, hello. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the raid. Hello, friends. I am Astro. I am here with my good friend Archer. And we're playing some Factorio today. Not very well, but, you know, it's okay to suck at things, because sucking at something is the first step at becoming better at it. No, I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, look. Just ignore how terrible what I'm doing is right now, because I didn't have... hey, thanks for the follow. I stream once a week. We stream once a week. As how on earth have I managed that? Oh, because I don't have any underground belts. Right. We stream once a week. Sometimes we play this. Sometimes we play other things, but we just have some fun. That's it. Exactly. You just chill and vibe chill. Yes, that'll do. Okay, so the coal I'm going to take up here, but I'm going to split off a notch of it. And where did I want that in the factory? Down here. Okay, so we'll split that here. We'll pipe that to here. Bring that into here. And then out of this here bit, we're going to take out iron. Yes. Delightful.
And you can cut the coal line.
Iron? No, this is steel.
No, cut the coal line.
Sorry, say again?
I've got the electric miners up at the copper line.
Oh, cool. Okay. I will still take...
Once we get electric furnaces, we'll be able to cut it.
Okay, cool. We do still need to take it along the main bus, because we will need it eventually for things like air filters and shit like that. Like when we want to do air purification, it's necessary. Let me just reconnect that to there, and then steel is going to be here, 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 and there. And there. Okay, good. So, steel... Fucking out of belts. I have just started my Factorio Life 2. It has been a friendly community. It is a friendly community. Because we're all... I think we're all in this... You know, those who play, those who understand the sickness that is Factorio. We're all... I don't know. I love the community because it's got some really wonderful features, like the sharing of blueprints and the exploration of what crazy efficiencies we can get out of our designs. The modding community is insane. So, like, these factories and then nesting these factories and doing crazy stuff like that. It's just, and it's not the sort of game where you're going to rage. It's not the sort of game where, get rid of that blip right there. There we go. Well, I mean, I do rage when I'm playing this game, but not very often. But yeah. How long on this save? Yeah, about 2 hours. 2 hours and 39 minutes. Actually, no, it'd be about 2 hours entirely, because when we started, we... So, we started off this morning, and we tried the Race to the Rocket challenge, which is where you're in Factorio, but all of your technology is unlocked right from the get-go. So you can make anything, but then it's really it was kind of difficult to like decide where to go, I found. Like it just didn't, like we didn't quite have that natural, okay, we've got to unlock this so we can get to that, and that's the standard vibe for this game, you know? So it just kind of didn't feel right, so we decided to bail out and start afresh, and here we are. I really want to duplicate these belts. So I'm going to do that like this, with a splitter here, and then turn that there, and then that's not going to work, is it? No. Hang on. I got this. Get rid of that. And then we'll take this out like this, and then put the splitter in. Like, wait. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. So let's do it like this, right? And then let's do like this, and this can turn that way, and then it turns like there and that. And okay, good. It's all right. My brain is totally functional and not damaged in any way. This is new for me, Sean. This is me, and sorry, I'm looking up here because I have my, bumping my microphone and being very professional while I'm streaming. I have my my secondary monitor above my cam, which is a new thing. I haven't had my computer set up like this before. I used to have my chat over to my left here, but I wanted more desk space, and so having like the double-decker monitor is actually, it's quite nice for two reasons. One, having that secondary monitor there meant that this monitor was actually like off to the side a little bit, so I was always kind of sitting skew-if, whereas now I can sit and stare straight into my primary monitor, and then that one, because that one up there where you guys currently are is usually it's just got YouTube stuff running while I'm at work, and I've got my work on my main screen, and then I've got, you know, just random gameplay stuff upstairs. What was the question? Right. So, quite the organized belt. This is new for me, because normally my maps are a bit of a spaghetti farm. But I'm trying real hard to embrace this, where you pipe everything together, and it's going to get difficult. But yeah, bringing everything together and running everything as a unified boss just makes it easier to tap things out, create the things that you need, tap them back in again, and then later on I'll abandon that, because when you can start doing factory recursion, you can pipe in the raw materials, or you can use quarries to just magic up the raw materials, and then yeah, at that point I just get this like 4 belts and then a 2 gap space. That way you can underground into the gaps. That's actually a jolly good idea. That is a very, very, very good idea. Let's do that, because we're up to, what, 7? 9? I can count. So if I go like this, 3, 4, and then... Wait, that's not going to work, is it? Yes. And then we go across by 1 for each. And then we bring them up by 1 for each. Bear in mind, though, that later on, we will research fast belts, which can reach further, and then the blue belts, which can reach even further. So it's not, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we go up. I mean, it's a bit more of bit more than 2 gap in the middle. What's that? 4 gap? But you know what? I'm actually kind of cool with that. It feels very festive for some reason. I don't know. Is anyone getting like a weird sort of candelabra vibe from this? It's just me. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
A little bit.
1, 2, 3, 4. Bam. Here's where the steel's going to go. Oh. I'm out of inserters. I mean, belts. Fuck. I don't need more inserters. Okay, cool. So there you go. Job done. How's that? That looks fucking great. It feels like we actually know how to play Factorio. Right?
Right.
Okay, I'm vibing this. This is feeling really... Wait, why are we choking on steel all of a sudden? Huh. Insufficient raw materials, eh? Huh. Low power. Well, well, well. Need to add a new steam engine. So how are these guys going? They're producing 900 kilowatty doos, and we require 2.7. So I need 2 more.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Oh, hello. You've been busy. Basic wood production, very nice. Wood pulp.
A little bit.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it looks like you're like doing the goodness when it comes to what we need here. Oh, slight. Oh no, I've got just enough to make another factory because I think we're going to need to make green bottles in a moment. Hey. But I think we need to do that. What am I looking for here? Do I have the fixins? I do. On 2, and then pipes, and have I got any burner inserters left? Lovely jubbly. Actually, how much are you doing? 60 of 60. What are you consuming? 30 of 30. Okay. Cool. So the calculations are correct. So let's go like this, and let's go like boiler. Burner inserter. 2 steam engines. Bish. Choppy choppy. Bosh. Problem solved. Fully satisfied. Oof. Oh, and our research has stopped. Because we've run out of stuff to research green bottles, huh? Before we get to green bottles is the word that I was trying to use my mouth to output. We've got army robots. That's cool. What else is further up the tree here? Well, that's it. Very good, sir. I am now going to create green bottles. Which require what exactly? Transport belts and inserters. Fucking smash that in. Let's rock and roll. Transport belts and inserters are here. So there's a cliff there that's going to get in the way, but that's fine. So logically, I should just tap these out to the left. Oops. We'll have another factory over there where we can do the needful. Unless, of course, I am cheeky. Ooh, we can be very cheeky here. Should I be cheeky? Actually, no. There's not enough space. Unless I remove this crazy malarkey. See, what I was thinking is I could tap that out, bring it this way, and then tap the transport belts and just, like, lever them, like, split them here and take them out to the left. Ah, hang on. Hold. That output is broken. That can go there. Okay, okay, okay. Alright, here's what we're going to do. Because this is where we're currently making transport belts. There's only one. So what I can do, because it's using plates and gears, and the inserters are using plates and gears. So what I can do is have the production for the belts happen in this factory as well, maybe down the bottom here. I can then output both of those, probably one out here and one out here. Tap them back onto the main bus here because they're not required before that. And then... Ooh, hello. Yeah, hang on. Yeah, look. Pull this. Pull this. This can go. That can go. That can go. That can go. This goes this way. Steel plates. This goes this way. This whole belt line can be removed. That's desirable. That's fine. That undergrounder can go. This can all go. That can go. That underground can go. We'll just pull this whole belt out. In fact, what I might do is... So I could move the steel over here. And you know what? I'm going to do that. Yes. And then steel go... Boom. Steel go zip. Steel no touch. Steel go under. Steel continue on main bus. It does now mean that the belts are going to be way out to the left of the main bus on that secondary row, but that's totally fine. So, in here, let's go ahead and grab a secondary row of Factorios. Not factories, but you know what I'm trying to say. I could have actually just picked those green chips up off the ground, but that's fine. Okay. And then let's go like this, and then like that, and then we go in. Oops. Let's keep these lined up nicely. Oh, piss. Boop-a-doop. And boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. And yeah, these are all going to be outputting onto the same side of the belt, which is irritating but correctable with a splitter. As long as they don't exceed what the belt is capable of carrying, it's fine, and who gives a shit. Okay, so belts, and then zoop, which looks like we're pretty good. I think we should be able to handle this quite nicely. Let's bring this up and out to the north. Maybe this away. Where we're going to have...
It's worse, just so you know.
Say again?
Pollution is getting worse, getting close to that nest.
Unfortunately, it's going to happen. Let's take that there. Bring this back to here. Split that there. Use that as the bring in, and then bring that this way and that way. And then this can go this way and then that way. Whoops. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, transport belts. And it's fine. I'm deeply obsessed with nuclear power to the point where I have put a warning on my blueprints due to their size. Hang on. That's a bad sound.
I got it.
That's... Okay. Shall we take care of the situation? I feel like it's time for us to take up arms. I'm making myself some heavy armor. Dart turret. We should make some clockwork rifle bots. I have no idea how they do what they do. Good in swarms, apparently. Change to that.
Okay, so we can make. So the pulp can make resin,
Yes.
and then you can take the pulp and resin and make more wood. It's an infinite loop.
It is. And then you can do all sorts of crazy malakis with it. Why are these guys not producing as much as they normally would?
We'll go up and get some. I don't know.
20 gigawatt power plant. That's crazy. Whoa! Jesus. Okay. I'm going to go and take out this nest. Wish me luck. Ooh, yeah, I wasn't keeping an eye on my ammo levels there. Yeah. Okay, okay, we got it. Done. Nest destroyed. I'm using a tileable reactor. It has it set in pairs. Nice.
They're not. They're not
We
too
good?
close yet.
We good. We need to get air filtering researched. Means I need to get cracking on ye oldie. Stealing some of your stone. I need to get cracking on some green research here. Rather super rapido. So on my personal playthrough, I've got a nuclear reactor, but I haven't found it to be terribly satisfying. And, you know, well, I'll rephrase that. I have not been able to, like... Hang on, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. So my current reactor is 4 reactors in a like a square, and then I use heat pipes to go out to heat exchangers, and the heat exchanger can run 2 turbines, and then I just kind of, it gets like, okay, I'm done. Like, that's as big as I can logically go. I feel like, and it was producing 186 megawatts, whereas, wait, how big does it? Oh wait, is this a different mod? Is it a different mod or is it the standard ones? What was that noise? Automation 2, nice. Oh, you're just manually making science
Can't do these
bottles.
quite yet, but
Oh, you're just queuing them up. Okay. That's the power of 12 reactors because of the neighboring bonus. So the question I had is, how do you get that neighboring bonus? Like, I can see the neighboring bonus from having, like, 3 of them in a row, but then how do you feed fuel into the thing? Or, no. I don't know, I'm dumb. Where's my factory?
okay.
There it
All
is.
those are queued up.
Do I dare put this here? Or do I want to put it... Actually, you know what? I'm just going to put it here. And then let's go like this. Yes. I don't know. I guess I just haven't explored nuclear power enough. Most of the time I'm happy to just lay out massively enormous solar farms. But that's just me. Each into their own. Everyone has their own way of having fun in this game. Oh, we need some power in here. That should do the trick. Alright. Green science bottles are going to be created in this here building. So we're going to go like this.
Do we want to have one master building for all the research?
Yes, but it's going to need to move.
Like having nested factories?
Do we have nesting yet? Because if we do, that'd be ideal. Because you can, once you place a building, a factory down, this is my favorite part, you just pick the fucking thing up. And when you go to place it back down again, it's still got everything inside. So we could nest it and then keep moving it up the chain as we need more stuff brought into it.
Oh, we don't have it yet. Because we need to research that.
See, I'm pretty happy with my, oh, now what have I done here? That's suboptimal. Ah, it's fine. Oops. We'll take this out to the north. The north. No, up, out, up, boom. Okay. So let me have a little think about this one. What do we need here? Cogs and plates. Cogs. Plates. Yep. So, gear wheels, pardon me. So if I do gear wheels here, that's not going to work. Astro, I need that to be one more further down. So if we do gear wheels here, and that's not going to work, Astro. Have I just had a little bit of a brain fart moment? I'm pretty sure that I have. There we go. Let's do that. Let's bring this out here.
Make sure it wasn't a smelly one.
My brain is stinky. And then, oh my god, this is starting to become a little bit silly. And a couple more of those.
Respect the stink.
So I'm going to move science production of red bottles this way to this here building. Then we need, so like thus, 2, 3. So actually, this needs to be one further up, and that can stay there, that's fine. So let's go like boop, and then I could have just dragged that across and it would have done it automatically, but that's fine. So let's do red bottles up here as well, and then we'll move all of the labs. So this here situation can be deconstructed, and this and this and that. Get back some of my underground belts, that's nice. So that can go there, that can go there. My kingdom for construction robots, I swear to God. Look at all this room for activities. We can actually move that south. Oh dear, I've severed the power on this. So we could actually move chips and stuff south, but we'll do that when we put them into a factory. Okay, so in here on the left-hand side, we're going to have, may as well cue that up, and I said left when I meant to say right. This is going to be green bottles. And then over here is going to be red bottles in basically, let's just duplicate this because it's going to be done in the same manner. Except we're going to output up this way. And then I go like this. Fine. Let's not worry about it just yet. Boom. Okay. So factories 5 should be red, actually. Then we'll belt in. Boop, 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 oh, cogs. Plates. We can split these down the track when we want to make this a bit more efficient. And there you have it. There's our science being controlled, being created. I will double this belt up here though, because actually there's probably no point. They're producing at maximum speed there. But I will, let's just amp it up. Let's have 2 more for each side. If we start to see these belts getting saturated, we can duplicate them if we need to. So, boom, boom, oh no, that's innie. And in.
We do have the terraformers, by the way.
What? Already? Oh, that's cool.
That's actually what I'm working towards.
Absolutely get stuck into that. Because you can then get the terraformers to plant trees for you. So if there's areas around us which don't have trees, then yeah, we can just absolutely fill the whole area with trees and just win. Okay, science comes out here. Sorry, I'm thinking and talking at the same time, and it's not really a thing that my face can do. Labs go this way. Boop, 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 boop. Do. Not there. There. And electricity. Oh, this is really inefficient. Don't look, it's disgusting. Ooh, hello. Boom. Science continues. Ha 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 ha.
We now have an infinite supply of wood, basically.
What else can you turn resin into, I want? Why am I only getting one belt of copper? Oh. Right. Time to upgrade our copper setup. The same as we've done here. So... Yes, I see. So we're starting to hit our limits.
Basic gas processing using resin and coal.
Say again?
So it's basic gas processing using coal and resin.
Nice. Alright, what was that? Okay, fluid handling. Nice. Oh god, I'm picking up a bunch of coal that I don't want. Okay. I shouldn't be picking stuff up off a belt anyway. Cats, just check out this blueprint. Here's how I do this thing. It's nice. Get some stone. Hello. Mining productivity 1. Good choice. Excellent choice, sir. Jolly good. Let me offload some of this shit that I don't need. Let me get another factory. And I'm going to need some more electric drills. Because it's time to upgrade copper. And I think I might do it exactly the same as what we've done down here. Because this seems to be working quite nicely. Seems logical, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do it. We'll do it this side. Yeah. And, oh, no. So this comes out here, and it can go this way. And under here. And up to there. We won't connect that just yet. And then up here, this whole loop can go. So we'll sever that now and let it drain. Yes. This needs some power. Go there. And let's bring down a new belt with some fresh drills. Drills. 7? Sounds like a good number. Let's go all the way. All right, here we go. Bum bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum 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 dee 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 dee. Yep. That belts is taking a hit up here. That was me, and I'm just stupid. Okay, so that goes there. We need another one that is going to come down, and I will just reuse this. So let me pull that from there, grab that to there, pull this off of here, bring that this way, down through here. Let's get rid of that.
What's the difference between the pump and offshore pump?
So a pump is used in fluid pipes to push, basically create a higher pressure, and to move, fluid in directions and keep things going along. An offshore pump is used to pump water up out of a body of water. There's also a vast difference in the technology in the two. Like, one is very cheap and easy, and the other one is... yeah. No, we're working on it. So we're, what, 3 hours and 14 minutes in? It's, it's been pi hours before since we started. That's an irrational joke. And so we have a ways to go. So let me just pull that out so I don't need to relay all of that. Let's get down a good whack of electric drills here. Let's see. We'll go like this and that and this. Let's have them here and here and here. 2 rows of 3, I think, should be nice. We can come back and bolster that later. Okay, 2 rows of 2. That's also fine. So then let's bring the doobly-doo. No, I don't want to waste an underground belt there, thank you. Let's bring the belts down like that and in. Excuse me. Join them up with a splitter. Not 2 splitters. That's a bit much. And then we'll pump them onto that. Let's go with a cheeky bit of lovely electricity here. And here and here. And hook that to there. Job done. Now, the other end of the system, we are going to need to get ourselves... how many have I got? 3? 13... 14? 14. Let's go with 14. And, because we've laid it out in the same way, just copy this. Which will give us a nice little thing to follow. We're going to need some more belts to get this done, but it's okay. Let's go as far as we can, and then I'll rush off and grab another handful. Well, that's as far as we can, including 1 damaged one. Which, you know what, you can just sit in my trash slot, so I don't need to think about you. Belts, belts, belts. Belty, belty, belty. The belter. That reminds me, I need to finish watching, The Expanse. I still have not made it past season 3 for some... Well, actually, I know. I realised why. Because I sat down and started watching it the other day. And I was like, wow, I can't believe I didn't finish this. And because I started again from the beginning. Because I'd forgotten. And so I'm watching it and going, God damn, I can't believe I never finished this show. I don't understand it. And then I got to... I got to season 3, and the copy that I have on my Plex was flaky when you got to season 3. It just started like buffering and shitting itself. Is it season 3? Maybe season 4, actually. And so I just did the same thing that I evidently did the first time that I watched it, which is to go, oh, well, I guess I'll watch something else. Which seems silly, because it's such a great show. I just never quite got around to, you know, either downloading a better version or watching it on my computer, which could probably handle it without choking, because it's the... Oh, needs more long handle it, so it is. It's evidently the version of... or it's just Plex that can't handle it. Plex is... Oh, God. What do I need? Plates, of course. Yeah, anyway. What are we talking about?
I don't know. You're supposed to be keeping track of this.
I got no idea what's happening. I'm just talking and my brain is just making stuff come out of my face. Grab a couple of those. Good job. Lovely jubbly. Look at this fucking... Look, it's fucking sick, mate. Alright. copper production, super bolstered, is what we like to see. I'm going to take a break and talk to chat for a bit. How's that? Because, you know, it's nice.
Don't sound like you're going crazy.
Speedrunners would be working on rockets right now. Look, it's fair. I am not very good at this game, I don't think. Which is kind of disappointing considering I've got like 400 hours in it. My personal offline version, the one that we are not playing here, has 5 days of playtime, and it's at the point where I've launched so many rockets now. In fact, I've got it queued so that my rocket is just sitting. It's just sat there. There's a factory next to it, which is building. That's fair. I got a factory next to it, which is building satellites and just feeding them in one at a time, and it just launches every time it's full. To give you an idea of how efficient that's all, everything is in that, the rocket factory basically is constantly building, but it has 4 productivity modules, level 3 productivity modules. 3 and then 1 speed module. 3. If I put in more than 1 speed module, it runs out of computer components or whatever it is. There's not enough production to support anything more than 1 speed module in the rocket. I've amped up my rocket fuel and replaced lightweight structure production so that they are okay. Like, they can handle probably 2, but it's no, it's not that. It's that I can't put any more speed modules in it because then I run out of the stuff that I use to build rocket parts. So I just don't have enough production of those. But it's doing fine. I'm not super efficient. It's true. But, man, without completely redesigning my base, I would not be able to do any more. No, I'm nowhere near that. My personal playthrough. 400 hours is true. It's not a very huge amount, especially considering the way that this game works. I reckon we can support some more labs here. I'm just going to build some more labs. Maybe 5 more. Oh, gosh. Why did I do that? Stop. Just, give me some green chips. That'll do. Now build me some labs.
That'll do, pig.
That'll do. No reason to be making shit manually. Alright. 5 more. Sounds good. Boom, 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 boom. Choppy, choppy. If you want to talk about a game that I have more than, more than 400 hours in, I can happily show you the ins and outs of Kerbal Space Program, my other love. Up to about 1,600 hours on that, I think. All right. It's the rocket control modules that are my problem as well. I am also using those to make atomic bombs. If you were here at the start of the stream, you would have seen me showing off my offline playthrough, and you would have witnessed the hilarity that was me flying around in my gunship, and then nuking myself. It was a bit of a whoopsie.
Just a
That's
bit.
cheeky. Well, I was going to say it's cheeky to let the game run to generate science and stuff. But, God, sorry. But it's fine, really. Oh, God, we're running out of power again. I have, in the past, whilst playing Kerbal Space Program, I've let it run overnight because even with time warp, it's going to be, days before I... Ah, shit, that bed. We've run out of space. We're going to have to build upwards.
Well, I've got solar panels coming.
Ah, sick. Okay. Well, then let's do that instead. Nuked myself yesterday with OP armor and shields. Blew my 12 gigawatt reactor just for the fun of it. That would have been delightful. How? I mean, my question is, how do you blow it up? Did you shoot it? Is that what you did, Bluestone? Because when I first put a nuclear reactor down, I put it down, shoved some fuel into it, and I sat there watching it watching the fucking temperature run up to 1,000 degrees, and I was like, does this need to get this hot? Is it going to explode, like, because I'm not taking care of it or something? But, no. Oh, looky, we've got a thing. Plant trees. Nice. Nice. Look at this. Look at what Archer's been doing. Holy oh, fuck, I've got a lot of coal. I better throw that away. So, what does... This recipe will never complete. Trees are planted on sector scan. Okay. What does sector scan mean?
There's a little. So if you hover over the radar dish that's in the corner.
Okay. And so every time it does that, it plants a tree?
Going across. Yep.
Yeah, okay. So, how many of these trees are...
Saplings are small, so they're hard to see.
The question I have is, what's the range of the radar? Like, is there any way to see that? I know that people probably already... Oh. Is that bringing the... Whoops. Is that bringing the pollution down?
Yes, it is.
Cool.
Yep.
Cool. Alright, let's say 10 minutes.
It just takes a shit temperature.
7.2 per minute is actually being taken down by the thingy itself. Oh, look, yeah, you can see the trees slowly increasing. Although, that's probably gonna... Wait, what? Why are electric mining drills producing pollution? That doesn't make sense. Or I'm dumb. I could also be dumb. Research logistics 2? That's a good idea. I think it's on the queue. No, air filtration. Advanced electronics for red chips. Electricity 2. Mining productivity 1. Solar energy, which is going to be fairly necessary. But we may as well do logistics 2. Yeah. Go ahead, Bluestone. That's cool.
Yes, we're producing...
Let's see, where is... Oh, we got plastics unlocked. That's fucking good. You've been doing a lot while I've been paying no attention to anything that's going on. No, I keep things fairly open in my chat here, Bluestone. I thank you for asking permission, though. I appreciate that. I keep things fairly open. I will lock shit down when people misbehave. But until then, it's fine. I think the only thing I've got on is auto mod, which is hilarious when people try and say, don't be a dick or whatever, and then it mods that. Instead of, you know, the person who was being a dick in the first place getting modded, but hey, AI moderators. They can sometimes be dumb.
The range is 75.
The what? The range is 75. Okay, cool. Air filtering. Sick.
Yep.
Okay, let me unload this coal that we've got here. Oh, there's a rock in the way. I might even start producing some lights, because I think that would be a nice thing to... Hello. I reckon we could probably go harder on this area in here, eh? Although, we're just not using that many copper plates. You just let that go for the time being, and I can amp it up later on. Okay, so let me see here. I am going to... What am I going to do? What am I building? Where are we? Are we... Let's see. We can probably massively upgrade this whole shillelagh in here, but I have kind of broken it so that it's like this is as much as we can do. What I might be able to do is if I combine these onto a single belt, then that might be a good idea. So let me pull this back. Good idea. We'll pull this down like this. Because I think with a single belt here, I can then increase, okay, more simply, the number of labs that we have. We are going to need power, though. Okay, let's pull this crap back here out. And
I love the radars in this game. They're a
They
little
are good.
overpowered, though.
okay, just shove the rest of these into one of these, and you can have some reds. Lovely jubbly. I am going to have to put down some more boilers, actually. Because we are really running low on power. But what I'll do is just back-to-back them like... Oops. Oops. Whoops. Back-to-back them like this. So before you start screaming at me, don't worry. I know that these aren't going to be able to be fully powered by the existing boilers, but that's why we've got 2 more boilers that are going to go up here, like thus. We will then split off some coal here. Oops. Burner inserters. Oop. There and there. And have I any pipes? I have no pipes. Now I have pipes. So you go there. This one comes this way. And... Lovely jubbly. How are we doing here? 239 out of 1200. Plenty, plenty, plenty. And we now have a little bit of excess power. Nice. We got 7.3 is what we can produce. So with that in mind, mistake of building 2 labs without going and picking up some chips, but that's fine. Oh, that's awkwardly placed. It's fine. Yummy, yum, yum. Look at all the sciences I give.
It's fine.
It's fine. Wait, have I got my it's fine? No, it's not.
I have mine above my desk.
You have your what now? Q Logistics. Hang on. Oh, there you go. Logistics 2.
I have the It's Fine cup that I got.
Ah, nice.
It's in one of the, so I have glass doors and I have it in there.
Excuse me. A little bit more green. Circuits. Iron plates, of course. Mine's currently 3. Mine's currently in the wash, I believe. What am I doing? Where am I? Here we are. Okay. Let's go with 2 more here. 'Cause that's all we can fit. And in, out, copy, paste, paste. Might even be able to do 1 more lap. In fact, we could probably do 2 more. Reckon?
The other thing I'm going to need is steel rod. Or iron rod, I mean.
Ah. Yes, we can do that. Alright. Let's see if we can figure out where to do that. So, iron sticks. They're just iron plates, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, let's get some undergroundies. And we'll do that over here. It's going to be difficult because of this cliff that's in the way. Actually, I'm going to need a shit ton of steel because I'm going to make another factory. Oh. Iron, not steel. I'm going to see this 20 gigawatt. Fuck a doodle do. What the actual fuck?
Oh god, it's lagging out my phone. Trying to pull this up.
So, what am I seeing here? So in the center, the undergroundy belty belts, right. And then they're butted right up against each other to get the neighborhood bonus. That's fine. Understood. And then you've got the water pumps coming in that are then feeding into a metric fuck ton of heat exchangers. Are those accumulators? No, they're constant combinators? No, I don't know. We don't have cliff explosives yet. But they are on the way. Hang on, let me flip over to desktop. Look at this fucking insanity. These, oh, I see you've got chests that then feed onto belts. Yes. And then how are you getting the spent ones out? Are they getting out via another chest as well? But yeah, the accumulators are a great touch. Are these water pumps? Oh, they are. To pump the steam. Clever. clever. And it shoves it all this way until it hits storage tanks. And then from the storage tanks, there are more pumps to force it down through all of this web of turbines. I would be fascinated to see what the temperature is when you get to here. I mean, it's got to be above 500, right? But I suppose with all of this going on, the neighborhood bonuses for all of these, that then feeds down this heat pipe. It's pretty spectacular. Pretty spectacular. And the water fill features for the water uptake in set of parts here. Yeah, that's pretty goddamn impressive. And terrifying. Wait. Oh, yeah, okay. I see. So it's coming in from this underground belt and out to that underground belt. Yeah, nice. So where we get down here, so there's our, yeah, so that's your output. And you can see a spent fuel cell there. This is the input, which is putting it out onto that belt. Double heat pipes and heat more efficiency seems logical. Only the 2 chests at the bottom. It's the best way to have it, right? Because if you have any more than that, then things start to get a little bit, yeah. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. And I'm all for it. Now, sticks. Iron sticks. Let's get them underway. So I'm going to do a little bit of a 3 spot here and then a 2 spot here. And then we'll tap, turn. Sorry, I'm just gonna... Ah, shit. Just... I know I don't need to do this, but I like to minimize those. Bring these iron sticks down and around this cliff for the time being.
Crack.
Say again?
The fast inserters look like they're on crack.
I love them. What do I want? I want... How much iron do I have? 3 and a bit stacks. I need another stack of iron plates. Actually, I can pull them off here where I'm going to be. And then I should have enough stone already. Boom. For another factory. Was ist das? I will destroy every single cliff with my bare hands if I need to. Nice. You missed last week's stream. I was screaming it. Actually, did I upload last week's stream to YouTube? Ooh, I might not have done.
I'm not sure.
I think I may not have. I may have to. Let me quickly check that. Studio.youtube.com. Change account to Astro Live. No, that's Astro Plays. My god. Have I been... Aww. Astro Plays is losing subscribers now. But that's kind of to be expected. Feels bad, man. Right. Factorio with friends on the 20th. That sounds about right. Okay, so we did do it. But yeah, I had some hilarity where I was fucking around with explosives. And, having some fun. Alright, let's get some iron sticks. Just going to do a single row for now, and then leave that there. And then, boop, bonk. How many iron sticks do you need? Lots? Or some?
It's for walls and stuff like that.
Concrete. Gotcha. In that case, I'll do... a full 10. Actually. 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 1, 2, 3. Piss. Cool.
Pink solar's yes.
2 for you. Let's try that again. 1, 2, 3. Good stuff. Yes. Solar energy, yeah, baby, we're almost there. So as soon as we get some solar panels up and running, we'll just look at how much we're providing, we're creating. Oh crap, we need accumulators, dude.
No.
Yes. Output here, so we'll get a double, and then we'll output not there. We'll output up here. So just in case we want to have another batch of these up here, we can do. So let's go dump and dump. Line up. There you go. Oh no. Be in the correct location. Cannot abide by shit being in the wrong... Oh, we've got air filters now, huh? Okay, so there's iron sticks taken care of. And where did I output that? Top. Right top. Fuck off, tree. And... Yep. Yummy. Delightful. Wonderful. All day. Every day. Oop. Pretty happy with this factory. It's feeling good. Okay. Architecture 2. Nice. You've already researched nesting as well, haven't you?
It's in there.
All right, what do we need to think about now? We've got unused air filters and... Okay, all right. So we can start looking at doing some air filters. Coal, steel, plate, plastic bar is actually the problem. Recycling them is... Wait, what? Since when did air filters need plastic? To, like... I could have sworn... Wait, have we got air filter recycling stuff? Recycle used air filter. That's the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I don't remember them using plastic. I guess I've forgotten. But the ability to re-kafooble those air filters is kind of necessary, because then we can start deploying those at strategic locations, like near to where we are producing vast amounts of pollution, to reduce the vast amounts of pollution that we're producing. What I will just quickly do, hang on, I might redo this coal patch to use electric drills instead. I mean, it is kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, because we're still going to be producing pollution with our power generation, but as we transition that to green, It'll be better and better as we go along. Okay.
So the trees that are being planted are the evergreens.
So they always have foliage. That's nice. I'll ever be using burner mining drills ever again. And let's... Oh. How did I wind up with a sapling in my pack? That's interesting. Let's put some electric ones down here. So... 4? 4. Oops. To begin with. And then we can add more should we feel the need. The need for mining speed. Whoa, hello. Steady on, Tiger. Oh, jeez. Alright. Take that tree. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the belt tour of Factory to Astro. So here, Hidden Archer and I have created a delightful factory, which we're now going to take a little tour of as we move on the coal belt. We can see up to the north our our iron mining operation, which then feeds into a factory full of furnaces. Similarly, we've got our... I guess we'll just follow the copper now. So we've got our copper factory there as well. As we move along up here, we've got 2 air filters that Archer has just placed down. That's lovely. We've got our coils and chips. We've also got a factory here that's producing steel. And then off to the left, you'll see the science, the research labs set up here, which are being fed with red and green chips that are coming in out of this here. Not chips, you know what I'm trying to say. And then finally, there's some inserters and shit going on. But it's all fucking great. Now, what do we need for concrete? We're going to need these plus stone bricks, right? Which means I need to bring stone onto this belt. Preferably here. I suppose there's another stone patch about. Means I'm going to need to pipe it up from there. There's only 237k in that pile, which is not super huge. Might be something to think about recafoobling at some point. Right. Now. Look at this. Oh, bloody love it. Get rid of that tree.
I'll be putting doors in here in a minute.
Okay. Let me assist with some... It seems illogical that we've planted all these lovely trees and now we're chopping them down to put in a belt line. This is great though, like this all looks thicker down here. The fuck is that? An amber Medusa tree. Cute. Anyway, where am I? What's going on?
Don't look at it. They'll turn to stone.
Will you concrete the world? Don't bother. Well, we're kind of trying to be... In this playthrough, we're kind of trying to extend what destroyed us last time. So what destroyed us last time was super rapid biter evolution, us not keeping up with our military research, which we then paid the price for, and us not keeping on top of pollution. So the attempt here is to try and lean heavily into, first of all, the bio stuff. So we've got a terraformer active down here. Crafting speed 1e minus 12, which means no. But it's planting out trees for us so that we can try and keep on top of pollution. In addition to that, Archer has been working on getting these here air filters, which I don't know if you guys have played with these before. I don't know what mod they're from, but that's cool. But yeah, you can then put an air filter in, an unused air filter. It then pulls pollution out of the air and result. And then you take that air filter, combine it with a little bit of coal, and then you just run them in a circuit. So you've got an assembly machine that you take the used ones in, combine it with a little bit of coal, and send it back out again. And they'll just keep pulling pollution out of the air, which is, you've got to balance it because you're making pollution by running the assembly machines, but it's negligible compared to the amount that the filters can take out. So what we'd like to do, and we're working on it. Why is architecture taking so fucking long? Do we need more? I think we may need more laboratories. It only requires
It is
600.
600.
I guess so.
But the nesting one requires 2,000.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's maybe we'll leave that for now. And the recycling of the doobly-doos, we need blue bottles for that. So blue bottles, we need to queue up. Preview, okay, good. 2,000, yeah, that's going to take some time. Logistics 200, that's fine. And then batteries and sulfur processing, good shout, because we're going to need those for the accumulators. Not the accumulators. Right. What else was I doing? I need stone up here. On the belt. So, we've got some stone that's currently being turned into crushed stone, which I can't recall what that was for, but it's fine. That's Archer's. Oh, right. You use that in here? No, that's wood pulp. I can't remember where you use the crushed stone.
It's used in the construction of those.
Okay. What I'll do then...
I only have one. So I have that chest limited.
Yes, I saw. Don't need a super huge amount of stone just at this stage, but I'll just pop in 2 drills. Bring them out this way. Now let's see where. So, if I'm here, I need to get through to here. So I'm just going to bring it up straight through, dodge these. I'll actually bring it up on the left-hand side of that factory there. That seems like a good plan. So if I go, nope, like this. Saplings! Yes! Oh, that's fucking great. I was going to take that out, but no, I'm going to leave that sapling there. Okay, so let's bring this up here. Because I would like this on the bus, because we're going to need it when it's concrete time. Oh, this is a bit messy, but you know what? It'll be fine. It's fine. So let's bring that this way through. Fuck.
And if you look to the left, you will see my last book.
Last what? Fuck.
My last book.
Oop, no. Yes. Okay. So let's... This way? This way. I almost made the same mistake twice. Let's get a couple of undergrounders. 16. Good stuff. This way, please. Lovely jubbly. Oh, hello. And then this way. It's fine. Bring it this way, and then up here. Oh, no. Let's go under the radar, hey? We live underneath the radar. Wow, I'm really wasting a lot of underground belts here. Unnecessarily. There's no way that you're ever gonna get
Oh, here, how
far.
about we do this?
Also, yes. I have a bad habit of just continuing to use the small wooden poles for basically ever. But, no, it's fine. And I have 2 left. Oh, it's the perfect amount. Look. Okay. Stones on the bus. And badoop, 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 badoop. And you, Mr. Tree, can go good day. Okay, so we've got stone on the bus. It's not much. I'm going to need some more drills down there eventually, but it's a start. Bluestone Redeemed Hydrate. That's a fucking good idea. How long are we in? We're 2 hours in. So it might be time for another break there, Mr. Archer. Go and have a glass of water
I'm
and...
actually calling it a night because
Oh, really?
it's almost midnight here.
Oh, God, it is. It's 15:20. All right. Excuse me. Well, if that's the case, then maybe I'll take a short 5-minute break. We can say goodbye to Archer. Thank you for hanging out with us, and thank you for the... Look, see the sapling here? Isn't it great?
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Fucking good shout on that. I actually didn't... And it's... Actually, I know why. I didn't get to the point of making terraforming stuff in my other main playthrough, because I was doing other crazy stuff. But when I did start to go down that path, I just overbuilt the shit out of it, and it just... Like, the seeds and the whatnots, I overbuilt that very vastly, and then decided that I couldn't be bothered going any further with it, and just kind of gave up. Resin is a sticky substance that can be processed to get petroleum gas. Yeah, see, this is good. How have we got low power again? What? What? What?
We're not low power.
Your biofarm says that we are. This is all double connected, yeah. Well, that's odd. What's the problem?
It's working now.
It says max consumption is 150 kilowatts. Minimum 50.
Well, if you read the description...
This is strange.
Like, hover over the farm and read the description.
Biofarms are where saplings grow into trees that are processed into wood and wood pulp. An integrated solar... Oh, that's cool. Okay. So during the nighttime, it dips down because the solar panels aren't running. Very cool. It's a shame that it doesn't actually produce electricity. That'd be nice. But... Okay. So... Time for a break. And time for Mr. Archer to go to bed.
Yes, indeed.
Thanks for hanging out, bud. It's been
Sadly.
good. It's been good playing with you.
Oh, anytime.
As always. I think we'll do the... No, actually, no. Can't be next week. I was going to say we'll do the same thing next week, but I've made the promise to do some Prison Architect.
That's alright. I've got some stuff I gotta do next weekend anyway.
Alright. Well, Archer, farewell. Thanks for hanging out. And everyone else, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm going to need a cup of coffee and stretch my eyes and legs. Good idea for you as well. Back soon. void. How can I overbuild? Well, it's a fair point. Bluestone. It is very difficult to overbuild. Well, sorry, it's very difficult to not overbuild. Like, you're always going to build crazy amounts of stuff in this game. But I guess the the thing for me was I wanted to overbuild other things. And I had a bit of a think just now. I'll put this... Let's save this, and we'll call it... what was the last one called? Archer and Astro. Let's call this stream game. It's fine. Let me have a look at load. Derp. Bang. Let's have a look at this, shall we? So I started to like look into building all that stuff, and hang on, where are we? Remember what I said before about the belts in that game that we were just playing were much neater than normal? Yeah, here's the evidence of that. We'll just grab my plane here. And we'll go over and have a look at the... Right. So this is where I started building out my farmy bits. The biomod thingy monopoly. And then that was feeding onto this belt, which was feeding back to here, which was then feeding into here where all of the farms are. Which were then... Yeah, so I had the intention of doing this huge interconnected-y thing, and then I just kind of went meh and went back to... Well, let's see. So you can see that this is fairly efficient. Because, you know, I started off with... I don't even think where were the ore patches that I originally started with? I think there was one... Yeah, there's a copper ore patch here. And then the iron ore was under here. And that's now been replaced with... quarries. Quarries are very handy, and I really enjoy using them. So let's have a little explore, shall we? So down here is my oil and whatnot production, including lubricant, which is produced here, which is then used for making all my blue belts. I got a huge plastic factory down here, which is a nested factory. So I've got my coal coming in, and then within each of these I have quarries that feed into the oil refineries, which feed into my chemical plants to produce my plastic, and then that triple belts out. It's probably a little inefficient in its output. There's some more in there, evidently. Oh yeah, that's right. Because this wasn't keeping up. And so I went, okay, well, obviously we need more. So I came down here and made this huge factory. We've got all these factories down here as well that are all producing what? Petrol. Gasoline. And the gasoline is then being used in these ones, I believe. Oh, I didn't have those tanks there, evidently. What about here? And there you go. But that is all then pumping into here, along with a bunch of storage to produce even more plastic. And in here, I have rocket fuel being produced. This one's using the light oil for the rocket fuel and heavy oil for the solid fuel. But then in these ones, I've changed it up so that they're using gasoline because I have way more gasoline than I have anything else. Just because of the ways that I've set it all up down here. So yeah, that's all of my rocket fuel and that sort of stuff. And then that finds its way along with a series of other things across here. Up through here where we have a bunch of chips and like science is produced. So there's purple science there, I think blue is there in that factory. I have my mega chip factory over here, which is again a series of nested factories. So This one's producing plastic and sulfuric acid and green chips, which then find their way into here, where they get turned into red chips, which find their way into here, where they get turned into blue chips. So, yeah, there's a lot of factory nesting in this one to try and keep the footprint of the base down, but it then does wind up doing this sort of horrible craziness. But yeah, that then leads up to here, which is the launch facility, where I have, I mean, this is all fairly inefficient. It's using chests for the most part. But like if I pop a satellite into this, did have it set to auto launch, but yeah, you know what? Probably set it to auto launch. Yeah. So if I turn these all to blues, to speed chips, we'll rapidly overrun these modules here because they're only being produced in this one factory. And it's the speed module ones that I tend to exhaust before anything else. I could bolster that, I suppose, when they are being produced in a great volume up, yes, here. So this is the speed module factory, which is producing speed module 1 and then speed module 2 there, yes, question mark? That's a 1. So then there's 2 rows of 2 and 1 row of 3. And they're fully saturated. And the reason everything's fully saturated at the moment and like looking good is because at the moment I don't have any research underway and, oh, don't look at this. Notice we're inside a factory and there's power poles in here because I built a steel farm out here and then just copy and pasted it into a factory, being lazy. But then the other day I went and built this. So, and I could nest this all inside of a large factory, but it's fine. So these are my standard quarry plus electric furnace steel production facilities, which will saturate a blue belt, which then feed into a dual electric smelter steel production facility, which then will saturate a blue belt. And then that comes down here where it's bolstered with this legacy hardware that I haven't yet deleted. And this is actually the first version of that other farm up there. Yeah, so it's a bit wonky. This is my weird ass bot delivered research facility, which does the trick. So there's a request to chest surrounded by 4, and then that's tiled out to provide that. I could put down, in fact, I probably do have a huge substation nearby, but this was built before I had huge substations. This is wildly inefficient for blue bottles, but it's fine. Oh yeah, my nuclear reactor. Right. So let's maybe re-kafooble this, shall we? Because I really like that one that you showed me. Because this is just all kinds of crap at the moment. Like, I've got my bottles coming through here. Not bottles. You know what I'm trying to say. But it's inefficient. So I've got 2 rows of... I've got the boilers down here. And then I've got a single heat pipe, which now that you've said that 2 is better, it might be worthwhile just retooling this whole thing. But before we do that, let's have a look at how things are developing in here. Okay. So that's jammed up now because it's full of 238 or 235. So in here, this is my nuclear production facility where I've got my quarries producing uranium ore. They then feed into the centrifuges to turn them into 238 and 0.7% of 235. That has been severed for the time being because the system was full. Because that feeds into here where I've got the these ones running the what is it, Corvax refinement process or whatever it's called, Curvarex enrichment, and it was, you know, it's run these through a loop so many times that it's basically refined it down so that we've just got the light greens now, and then a shitload of chests with a shitload of 238. Like, that one's chock-a-block full, right? As long as the heat exchangers are over 500 degrees, you don't need double pipes. Well, I mean, that's where they are at the moment. So, even at the very, very tail end of this row, where are we at? 957. They are offline at the moment, though. And then I've got another one on the other end feeding in the opposite direction, and it's currently running at 861. But it's offline at the moment because... oh, I left my jet back at the other... Okay, that's fine. My gunship, I should say. It's offline at the moment because... well, this is the way that I generally make my power. Note that this is very messy and not super effective. Again, this was all produced before I had large substations. And then that just sort of gets copy-pasted and expanded upon, and copy-pasted and expanded upon, and yeah. So there's a hell of a lot of, I mean, let's just look at my electricity production statistics here. It's 2 gigawatts at the moment, and 382 gigajoules of storage. But this is me just tinkering at the moment. So yeah, my nuclear reactors are only making 186 megawatts. So there's definitely room for improvement. I think I do really like your use of pumps. I think that's really cool. What's this? Factorio cheat sheet. One uranium cell will always last 200 seconds, even if the produced heat does not get consumed. So the rest of the energy is wasted if not used. Understood. Common build ratio. Simple build ratio is 1 to 1 to 4 to 7. Oh, okay. Common build ratio is 4 to 4 to 48 to 84. Oh. And then the pump ratio. Okay. So the most efficient setup is a series of repeating 2x1 reactors. SRE diagrams. Oh, this is fucking cool. Alright. Okay. Coal liquefaction. How did we... Okay. Oh, I see. Right. Now, the question is, do there be a print for this? Let's see. Let's search up reactor. Compact 48 by 48 tile reactor. Yummy. This is just a bunch of radars in a line. There are 5 different blueprints in the book. One of them, okay. So let's copy that. Now, the question is, where can we place said reactor? It has to be up the top there. But in order to make that happen, let's go ahead and get myself a reasonable amount of landfill, because I'm pretty sure that this is going to get in the way. But let's find out. Import string. Pasta. Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Alright, let's see what this do. Where are the pump points? The pump points. Unless you want to give me the string for yours. That'd be cool. Let's just go like plonk. do. Necessary. It's fine. So what do we got in here? Uh-huh. Yes, I see. Uh-huh. And there's the heat exchangers, and there's pumps here as well. I don't think I've actually got pumps being produced. That's fine. So, where does the water come in? Here. Okay. Let's just hook that up like that. And I'll quickly... Where? Pump, pumpy, pump, 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 pump. Logistics. Steel plate engine unit pipe. Shouldn't be too difficult to produce. What? It's fine. Let's just do a little bit of a cheeky bish and 1, 2, 3. Oh, no. 3. Steel. Wait, what was it? Steel plate engine unit pipe. Okay. Engine unit and pipe. Do I have engine units on the grid? That's the question. I do. Let's lock that down to 2. Okay. So without power and without, these guys here should be requesting, they are. So what's the problem here? Oh, I see. Let's just fucking plonk one of these guys down. One there, one there. That's fine. Is that one connected to something? It's not. Should be right. Okay, so we've got one fueled. I'm weirded out by the fact that there are regular inserters in here. I basically get to the point where, wait, are you still not powered? Oh, you're powered, but you're too far away. Okay. These water pipes, huh? Well, it would have been nice if they'd included all of those water pipes in the blueprint, but hey-ho. So let's step those out by 1, and we'll just zip around like this, and... it's in the way. Great. Using ghosting to do this, but that's fine. Okay. It always... oh, I don't need to do that one. Yeah, it always intrigues me when I find a blueprint like this. Yes, I could do that too. Good shout. You know, when you find a blueprint like this that is... It's... Well, I guess. I was going to say, why should I have to put these here to cover the supply area? In fact, I'm pretty sure... Okay, no, they're all connected now. Like, it's annoying that I have to put down my roboports. Look, there is actually still a gap in the middle. It'd be nice if they included roboports that, like, cover this area, but that's just me and how I do. Cool. Okay, so I guess now we get to find out what these are producing, question mark? So what do we got here? 460, 456. Okay, we're cracking 500. Nice. Feels like it's taking a while for these to warm up. What speed am I playing on? Speed 2. Alright, let me just stand in between those 3 nuclear reactors. I'm sure it'll be fine. I can see the steam starting to move. The pumps are pushing them down here. Okay. I mean, we're producing 0 at the moment because we don't need it, because it's daytime. And quite frankly, even when we get to nighttime. So, where are we? It's 1954. Okay, I can see that these are starting to fire up now. Lovely jubbly. So that's gone from 186 to... Look at them go. Okay. 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 Yeah. Yeah, I'm loving this. This is great. That is way better than what it was... Oh. It is way better than what it was doing before. But now they're throttling down because the accumulators are coming online. I mean, I suppose what I could technically do is duplicate this grid out a couple times. And then start disassembling these solar farms. That could be fun. Or... Let's just see if we can sever. No, God, no, that's impossible. I was going to try and sever the solar farms to see if we could experiment with some... Experiment with some hardcore nuclear action. Well, I suppose... I mean, well, no, that's not online yet. That's a whole new solar array. And then there's 2 huge ones there as well. Down here, there's this whole blob of shit. These are all air filters. Air filters, air filters, air filters. Although, it hasn't made much of a dent in my... Because I only deployed these recently. They have roboport coverage except the 4 gigawatt because it's small enough to fit in between a set of roboports not logistically connected. Oh, that's cute. I like it. But, you know, with this, logically... Not that one, that's my hideous mess. With this, logically, you could, at the intersect point... So if I wanted to be really efficient with this, I would put this roboport right here up against these 2... And then run, you know, do your square piping around the outside and do like a underground pipe around that, I guess? Yeah, that'd be logical. So then 1 notch out from the generators, you'd have the water pipe going all the way around. And then you could tile that and then just connect them together. Logically, yeah, if these were right in there, then it would be... actually, no. Because these powered lines, yeah, you're still going to need... Well, I suppose if you had... Could I connect to that with a big pole? I could. So if I had a big pole there... No, because that blocks the water pipe. It'd have to be... Whoops. It'd have to be. What is this one? A substation. So you'd have to put another substation down here, next to the roboport, but not blocking... Actually, no, it could just be anywhere there. That's fine. Ideally, the roboport should be centralized, so that you get full coverage over the whole thing. And then when you do the tiling, you would tile them offset. Logically. I think I did that in the 20 gigawatt version. I mean, it seems logical. If you were to tile this offset, have heaps of water coming into it and everything, then, yeah. I mean, I don't know what this is capable of producing, because I've got too much solar. But you just tile them out until you run out of, you know, power requirements, right? Okay. Well, that's cool. Now, here's the other question. Oh, hello. Is that correct? Now, the other... Actually, hang on. Let me just see something here real quick. Let's see. 164 fuel cells in storage, and I don't have a passive provider chest actually providing them. So, yes. I think that that is stuff that's, you know, in static storage that's been picked up by the bots. And I feel like what we need to do is grab a cheeky. So that's where that's coming off. Where are... Okay, here. Okay. So I feel like I've got a few things that I need to do here. One. Request a chest. Can go there. That can be for spent cells, which are here, of which there should be quite a few, because I'm pretty sure that I've picked a bunch of them up. Okay. And then down here... Why are you not producing? Because you're out of uranium-238. Righty dokie then. Let me just give you a little top up. Also, for the sake of our new friends, I'm going to have another chest here passively providing... Characters in the way. There we go. Passive provide, but we'll limit that to 1 stack, because that's all we need. So what I'm hoping is that if we start to consume some of this 235 in this here little fella... Actually, hang on. Because I've got the 235 coming in... Sorry, the... used cells coming in here, where they're being spat out here, so that they can then be turned back in through here into more 235. The only problem is we're not consuming enough 235 for the 238 to hit the chain. So if we go ahead and let's just amp this puppy up. Start eating some of this 235 so we can get some 238 down the chain. I don't want to online the production facilities again. I want to start using the spent fuel, or the 238 from the spent fuel, to create more 235. 238. 235. Yeah, that's it. Okay, how are we looking? So it's run out of 238 again. Here's some 238 coming down the belt. Grab that. Not enough. But we should have some spent fuel coming in. up on the outputs of those guys. Spent fuel. More 238. 238 goes around the outside. It did... One piece got picked up? No? Doesn't matter. But it should find its way all around the outside, around the outside, around the outside, and then find its way back to the production facility. Which it does. You know what? Let's ratchet this up a little bit, shall we? Just to use up some of that 238. Oh, 235. Because I want to try and get this belt moving again. Because at the moment, it's all jammed up because there's too much 235 built. So let's produce a whole whack ton of these. What does this actually require per each of these? 1. It's going to be a little while before we get a reasonable amount of 235 removed from this here rig. Because we've got to drain these two. These are going in, out, out, and then that belt is full. In other words, my refinery, my enrichment system, is very efficient and maybe too efficient. But that's okay. Here's the other thought. Just make some more fucking bombs. Yeah, why not? I've also got some nuclear fuel being made here for my jet. My gunship. Let's have a few more rows of that. Let's see what happens when we start getting stuck into this. We'll offline that. I mean, it's empty anyway. And then that's starting to move. But there's still a bit of a bottleneck up here. That's starting to move there. Okay, centrifuges are starting to come online again. When I was fine-tuning this, I got to the point where... Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? And if you're Russian, well, if you're Soviet, then don't worry about 238. Because they build the... well, that was the Chernobyl reactor. It was designed to run on 235. The RBMK reactors. Sorry, 238. More accurately, non-refined, non-enriched uranium. Which is pretty impressive, really. I shudder to think of the waste that they output, but let's not dig too deeply into that. But yeah, when I was fine-tuning this the other night, I had all of these running at the same time. It was pretty crazy. Oh, and yeah, look at this. These are all full. Bless. Alright. So this guy is out of 238 again. These guys are consuming 235 at a good whip. 30th row. What's this one doing? It's only got 4. But build that out. Okay. There's movement at the station. Whoops, doodle. So I can see that there's some 235 that's coming out, 238 that's coming out of these because of after this process, it turns 40 and 5 into 41 and 2. There's still not a great amount of 38 in the system though, which is a problem. So what I could do, well no, because I just need to remove the 238, for fuck's sake. The enriched uranium, let's say that. That's the easier way. How are you doing? You're out of 238? Yum, 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 yum. Let's do... What happens if we do this? Just let that roll through, because that's going to roll through and hit here. The separation belts should keep things, like, correct. We'll let that run through. This runs all the way around the outside and then is fine, and it finds its way out. It's these belts in the middle that get gummed up because there's 238 on there, but they are starting to move, which is good. Oh yeah, which is going to bring more 238 back into the system. 235. And we're producing more fuel, which is good. Producing more fuel is good because it's consuming more 238. Green glowy rock, exactly. Spicy rocks. These guys are eating a shit ton, which is great. Alright, let's see if we can get some gaps in this belt. That's what I... Oh, look, there's a gap. Which is now full. Okay. Just immediately disappeared. Wow, that is bizarre. And why is this belt red? Was there a reason that I made that belt red? If there was a reason, I don't know what it was. Let's just fucking... Let's just kaplonk this, shall we? Let's just boom all of this up. There we go. Charge up, boys. Zoop. Okie dokie. And that. Alright, so now that's all green, blue. Oh, looky, now we've got some action going on. Very nice. Centrifuge is running. Not all running, though. Still a couple that are output full. But the output has to be full because they're outputting onto both sides of this line. They're outputting on both sides of this line. Like, there's two centrifuges that are outputting onto a single line, which then needs to be brought back to one type of uranium either side. Which I probably could address and tune, but it feels like I probably don't need to. I just need to actually use my refined uranium. And so the only uranium that's entering the system right now is this 238. So I'm curious to see what happens when all of my use orders disappear. Gotta be careful, actually. It's kind of a balancing act. Because you don't want to have too much of one or the other. Like, if you get it full of 238, then it jams up because you're not using any 238, and, well, if you refine it too far, then... Okay, hang on. I got a great idea. Let's pull that. Let's online one row of this. So, just this one here. Because this will bring through 0.7% 235, which keeps 235 coming into the system. But it also brings in a good amount of 238, and it brings it in slower, I would say, than that chest unloading. Although it seems hilarious that, you know, we've got all of this uranium 235 sitting around just in boxes, right? Like, would you do that? Probably not. You would probably put them into something a bit more secure than an iron box. Okay. So, we're looking good. Things are progressing. Goes out. And splits its 238 there. Should blend these. If I blend these, it'll balance the 238 top and bottom. Some of it's going to come straight back in. This belt here that's going outside won't get any at all, which is fine because the facilities outside don't need any 235. This is still getting fed okay. Yeah, okay, there's still a good amount coming in from this guy. Actually, no, there's not. Oh no, still coming in, just slow. Alright, how are we looking in here? What I could do is drain this so that this one here, instead of outputting into this splitter, outputs onto this line, but then it means that it would go up and out and down to there instead of go. Oh, okay, no, that's kind of moot. There's some funny belt decisions that I've made here, but that's fine. It's what happens when it's, you know, you're 3 whiskeys in and it's 1:30 in the morning. Some good movement on these lines now, but yeah, this is still a bottleneck here. What happens if I take that up and around? It will speed things up. Let's try doing that, shall we? So if I pop a splitter there, and then ignoring that one, let's just try going like this. And then we'll take that way instead. It should be all on the correct side because of this doubler. Go. Okay, that's flowing a bit more freely now, which gives these guys an actual output point, which is kind of necessary. This one, not so much. Even after removing this guy from the situation. Wow, they're actually both totally filling. Oh my god, we're almost back to filling the entire belt loop. Betcha that these are finished. Nope. How many more are you doing? Many. Ah, I know why. Because all of these centrifuges were probably full because they were output constrained for so long. In fact, hold up. Let me... So I put in some extra intakes in here. Let me pull those. And... that. This and that. And this. And... Wait, what? That. Why are these ones not output? Oh, okay. No, I'm removing the outputs. Okay, so let's go out, 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 out. And that's an out, that's an in. That needs to go out. No, it is an out. Oh, I see, it's holding something. Hockey-docky. Yep, cool. Right. These big gaps are nice to see because it means that there'll be a drain point. So this should now drain out into that gap. But still output constrained because there's too much on the line. You know what? Let's just go fucking ham, shall we? Where's that going? That way. It is a red, but it's being replaced with a blue, and let's have some more nuclear bombs, please. Let's stack inserters as well. gas consumption. Okay. How are we looking? Nope, wrong building. How are we looking? Refinery? Better. Nope, not better. Possibility here is that I just have too many goddamn centrifuges. But it's fun to experiment and tinker and go, alright, well, how do I need more 235? Unless... Oh, hello. Yes, well, that would do it, wouldn't it? Fully output constrained on our, Oh. Ah, that's no good. No, wait, because that can come in there. Right. So, okay. Because each of these, while they're sitting there output idle, is holding 41 238s. Excellent. No limits. No limit. Not going to speed things up any, but let's see. Wait, what are you on? What? Item ingredient shortage. Really? Out of explosives? Well, that's no good. Make me some fuel instead. Right. Guess we're not producing enough explosives, so I'll have to go and track down where the hell that is. I don't even know, honestly, where my explosives are being made. It's somewhere. I mean, if I have a look here, turn that off. Recipe icons, yes. Let's see. Over here. And it looks like there's only one factory that's making it. Let's go and have a look, shall we? Here we go. Fun thing too with this, I am running with the speed mod, but basically at the moment it doesn't go over 2x. Just because of the amount of stuff that's going... Oh yeah, look, I've only got one factory here that's producing explosives. We can increase that slightly, but, oops, but... we need more... What is it? Coal and sulfur, huh? Sure, I've got. Let's do a little split here. Some water as well, aren't I? Yeah. But that's okay. We could do that. I think there's... Is there any water over here? It's fucking miles away, isn't it? Yeah, it's fine. We'll get there. Okay, so let's go like this, and then 2, 2 more should be plenty. We'll bring this down here. Bring in some coal. Bring in some sulfur. And set these to make the booms. And that. Now we just need to bring in some Vasa. So let's go ahead. And bring it over like so. Oh, that's too far. Oops. Right, so that's connected. Oh, wait a minute. It's not going to work. Bump. What's going on here? Okay. That goes there. That goes to there. Then you can connect to there. And then how am I going to output you two? I've probably put them too close. Oh no. Gosh, look at that. Just like I planned it, except I didn't. Okay, cool. So there's some more explosives being produced. That should amp up our production of nuclear explosives. Atomic weapons, whatever you want to call them. And so, where are we? I am lost. Need to be going this direction. Here we are. Ooh, I can see some gaps on the belt now. Ooh, yes, that's nicer. Actually, no, these ones are stopped. Even though they're set up to the right. Item ingredient shortage. Okay. Progress. Good progress. So now do we need more 238 in the system? Question is probably, I would say, yes. 235. You know what I'm trying to say. Okay, now we're using too much 238. That's fine. I mean, logically, I could use something other than speed modules on these. Like, if I were to use production modules instead, it might be more effective producing the bonus resources instead of the other option. It's fine. So we're getting those belts backing up, but not enough to stop the system. But we're still only basically using one row. So what about then? What about if we had less? So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll clip everything above that. Ah, crap. Now I'm going to have pockets full of fucking uranium. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll clip everything down here. So I've got, yeah, do like that. We'll wait for you to finish. That's fine. Now we'll... Okay. Just plop down a... Yes, I know. I've got it. Hang on. Let's do that. Okay. Are we getting to this right? Yeah. So the other option would be... Oh, no. Yeah. I was going to say the other option would be to try and split it so that instead of outputting this way, we flip it and have them output to the outer belt to reduce the backup that we have in here so that these ones are running more efficiently. But... just watching these ones here. So these ones are starting to online. This one's coming online. Good. It's ever so close. And then these ones over here are basically doing nothing with the exception of this guy at the top who somehow is getting material to process. He must have had a good whack of 235 already and just wasn't getting any 238. Now he's got some... Sorry, the other way around. Fuck me. And now it's exhausted and he's not getting anything at all. Let's try... 2 and 2. And before I take any more on, let's... let's get rid of that and that. 69, nice. So then these 4 should fully populate. Here we go. Let's look out here. Well, we're really rapidly using that 238, huh? Like, these guys are potentially going to be running short. So, let's do this. Okay. How are we looking now? So the problem I had last time was when I had all of the refineries, or all of the centrifuges outputting the raw products on, then the 235 line got bunged up, and therefore it stopped the flow of 238 around the system. But now, getting to the point where we're actually a little bit critical. Let's do that. And that's enough atomic bombs for a lifetime. How you doing? You're almost done. You can finish up what you're doing. So now the problem is we're actually running out of 235. 238. Welcome to the Astro Show, where today I can't figure out which uranium is which. Excuse me. Yeah, okay. There's something somewhere that is spacing these. Oh, I know what it is. It's going to be this splitter belt up here, yeah. Just going to turn it off for a little bit so we can keep enough 238 in the system. And it looks like that 235 has actually stopped because it's full, but it's still flowing. So, the splitters that I've put in to separate things onto either side of the belt have solved the problem I had last time, which was when you consume too much, like when you've pulled all the 238 out, everything just grinds to a halt, and then the centrifuges aren't able to produce any more. Well, they're not able to run the refinement process because they're, you know, chock-a-block. But it looks like, I have an idea. I have an idea. And it's probably dumb. But dumb things are sometimes fun. So what would happen if I did this, and then I did this, and then let's grab another centrifuge. Go there, and there, and there, and there, and there. So, what happens if I do this? Ah, wait. I want this to be a filter stack inserter. And then we'll set this to accept only 238. We'll set this to only do this. And then we'll do this. And then you can go out there. How's that? So this one's running. This one is also running. And when this finishes, it's going to produce 41 235 and 2 238. But then we're going to pick up the extra 238 with this filter inserter, right? Now each of these is going to have a buffer point, which is fine. So let's wait for another. Let's just offline these two as well. Deconstruct these, please. Yum. Empty our inventory again. Bonk and bonk. Lovely. So, I'm just curious, if this works its way through, this might be a nice sort of alternative solution to have them all running at the same time without having to worry about what's going on further along the line. Okay, this one's done. This one has no 235 just yet. Okay, it's loading. Output full. Okay. But we're unloading here. This one's unloaded. We just got our timing slightly out here. What do you think, Bluestone? Am I overthinking this? I feel like I am. That does look like a very... Oh, it's these guys here as well, huh? Yeah, I feel like I'm overthinking this. I feel like it was fine before. And what I'm doing now is like... So like, yeah. This is less efficient because these are spending less time turned on. And it's kind of these three here that are now doing the heavy lifting. That being said, by doing it this way, it keeps the belts clearer because there's a whole bunch of 235 floating around in these ones. But I'm not sure if I want that much 235 just off the table, because then it can't be picked up and produced into fuel and weaponry. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's redo that. So. Grab these as well. And you know what? Let's also redo these ones. Okay. Let's try... Wow, that's jammed up. Real good, actually. Ah, yes, this is the problem. Because we got too much... Yeah, no, we still have the problem. We still have the problem. Let's pull two of these offline, because they're putting too much 238 into the system, and then the 235 cannot flow. So, what we're going to do... I should have taken a copy before I removed this. Let's go ahead and do... 1, 2... Fuck. 3 and 4. Yes. Paste, paste. Speed modules. Okay. pop this 238 over here. You hoover up a little bit of this. There we go. Okay. And you can fuck off into there, and you can have another piece of uranium-235. So, do we have enough in the system to support 4 centrifuges? The answer is yes. However, this is a problem because there's too much 238. So 4 is good. Let's try 8. Hunch is that these two aren't going to function. Heck, we're not even getting these two up and running. Okay, we're at 5. Yeah, I pulled too much out of the system with my nuclear bomb manufacturing craziness. But that's okay. Oh, hey Doodle. Welcome aboard. I'm making nuclear power. Well, I'm refining uranium and trying to find the sweet spot. And I'm not finding it. I feel like the loop-de-loop belt is actually doing me more harm than good in this. That's potentially causing the problems here. I wonder if maybe I could do it with just a single belt. That could be fun. Spicy rocks? Exactly. It super does. Well, I mean, don't look outside, but yeah, I love this mod. And nesting the factories within one another. So like I'm in a small factory right now, which is then within a blue factory, and then I could put that blue factory into a yellow factory. So delightful. So we've got 5 that are currently running. We're hovering between 4 and 5. But I feel confident that that will increase as we get more uranium-235 back into the system. And that's going to happen naturally as we run this a series of times, because, well, you get one more, like you use 40 to run one of these processes, and you get 41 back. And then you go from 5 238s down to 2. At the moment, the only 238 we've got coming in is from this one belt here, from these centrifuges, which aren't even all active. Just trying to think of how I can make this more efficient. But it really, no, at the moment it really comes down to we just drain too much 235 out by building shit tons of boom booms. How many did we make actually? Let's go and have a view. We made way too many. Way too many boom booms. And nuclear fuel. So, I don't know if you played with the nuclear fuel, but my gunship is not going to run out of fuel anytime soon. Nowhere near it. So now that that's back online, and our enrichment process is running again, and I think we'll be fine for the time being. Like I don't see this gumming up at the moment, which is good. And I don't see... Well, this isn't inputting, so that's fine. So maybe let's leave this and we'll go and tinker with something else for a bit, hey? What can we do? We could launch some stuff into space, I suppose. That could be fun. Nuclear fuel, indeed, go brr. We could go for a joyride. What's going on here? We are loading. We are auto-launching, and we do have 4 satellites here ready to rumble. Are we low on anything? Nope. Doing good. How much science do we have? Fuckloads. Thank you kindly. Oh my god. Okay. So yeah, we're good for science. Is there anything I need to research? Oh, faster than light theory. Okay, resume. It's going to take 200,000 red bottles to do FTL. But FTL is the only thing that we have left before we can make our own super crazy spaceship. Still need to try that mod for space travel. That's what I'm working on. So far I've launched 7 satellites, which give us our satellite network, our dry dock assembly and components and structure. We've got our shields. We've got our fusion reactor, habitation, life support, astrometrics, command, 2 fuel cells, 4 thrusters, 10 hull components. So the only thing left is the FTL drive, and quite frankly, there's not really any way to speed that up at this stage, unless... Oh my god, there's some flickering. Unless I'm really cheeky and we go like this. Where can I put this? I mean, I'm not sure that my science production is going to be able to cope with this, but there's only one way to find out. You know what? Go ahead and let's see. Oh no, it'll fit. Let's just plonk that there. Fly, my pretties. Bring me more science. It does have Save Our Ship vibes. I agree. Which is good. I like that. Well, I never really played Save Our Ship. I gave it a quick crack. I did have the intention of continuing my A5 series where they all appear on, you know, a spaceship and it's very basic. And I did a bit of a playtest on it and just got murdered instantly every single time. I mean, it doesn't help that I had never played Save Our Ship before. But, yeah, it didn't really work out. But that's okay. Now, I seem to remember when I copied this, I spotted a section that was going to be No, it's okay. Okay, I guess I don't have any of those in my inventory, so let's just copy this. No. One there. And then have a stack inserted there. Oops. Okay, that's interesting. That must already exist elsewhere. Why is there a box of bottles here? Oh, I know. Because I've got buffer chests. I would like to retain those buffer chests. It reduces the amount of flight time that the robots need. So where are we here? Where am I? Over here. Okay. So, let's copy these as well. I can already see that there is the one at the end completely empty in that stack, so that's going to be something we need to think about. And let's duplicate these. Oh my god, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Let's duplicate these buffer chests to rotate, and then boom. I only have 2. Okay, let's just quickly. I know that the buffer chests aren't being. What? Oh, I know that they're not being produced, so we'll have to just quickly manually make those. Give me some chips, please, kids. Here we go. There's my greens, there's my reds. Make me 5. And we're done. Okay, so I think it was this one on the other end. Oh my god, really? Was it red that we're out of? That is a mild concern. Let's double check that, shall we? Because red is what we are currently needing, and we need like 200,000 of them to do the FTL research. It's not. We are running low on yellow. Or, it might have drained this chest to fill that one. Because it was the nearest buffer. Right. Because the delivery orders on these chests that are in here are requesting from buffers. And then the buffers here, when I put down the requested chests over the other side, they would have drained from this one because it was the closest buffer. Been cheesing the Android tiers mod with massive cheap armies. Yeah. It is good. That would be fun. Let's see. How are we doing for red? You know what? There's an easy way to tell. If we have a look at our buffer chest here. Let's see. Currently in logistics storage, 61,000 space science. It's fine. We currently have 109,000 red. We have 94,000 green. 10,000 military is not a lot. 13,000 blue. 9,000 purple. And 601 yellow. That's very low. Let's track down where yellow is being produced. It's in here somewhere. Let's see. There's blue. Purple's over here. Yellow is... stop me if you see it, but considering it's very difficult to see this on a 27-inch monitor, I'm guessing that after Twitch streaming compression, it's probably going to be very difficult to see for you as well. It's definitely not over here. And that's where red is, which is absolutely pathetic. Like, this is all the red that I have, but these are all chock-block full. So technically we've got a reasonable buffer before we need to think about more. Where the fuck am I producing yellow science? What is in... Okay, this will lead us there. And this is what happens when you have a pathetically organized base. So I need processing units, flying robots, and low density structures. Those are being produced up here. So here's my blue chips that are going this way. Low density structures are manufactured in here. Question mark. Aren't they? Yes. And flying robot frames are produced somewhere. So there's blue, which is, again, not very useful. This is not a good layout. It was quick and easy to do, but, I mean, how many blues have we got in? Blue, 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 blue. Got 13,000 net storage. It's fine. And they're still working. Wait, how are they still working when we're only using red science at the moment? Because they're refilling buffer chests, I guess? And all of the new chests that we just created? That seems to make sense. So where the fuck is yellow? There's military. There's blue. And then flying... Stop it. Flying robot frames... Wait, what's that? Oh, no, steel and concrete. Blue, 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 blue. Comes down here. I am struggling to see where the frack my flying robot frames are being made. I mean, I know that there was a small temporary one over to the far left, because that's where I was producing. Oh, no, wait a minute. Hang on. It's near the... It's near this guy. So there's my flying robot frames. Aha, follow the chain. They go this way, they go this way, they go down here. And then there's blue. Aha, ha. How many do you have in you? 200. Get rid of that. Yes, I would like a bit more stored than just one row. Wow, this factory is pretty bad, huh? I mean, it's okay, I suppose. Not very efficient, but it's tucked away and it's hidden. Hidden is always better. Okay, so we've got some yellows now being produced. So that should help things out a little bit so far as the buffer size of science that we have. We're not going to need them for quite some time, just because of what we're doing, but let's see. Okay, 1100, 14, 40, 50, 60. Okay, so they're going to stack up over time. So the research chain that we have going on here is red, then red green, then red green blue, then FTL theory D1, and then FTL theory D2, and that's where we need 200,000 yellow science. Then D, what? Propulsion systems, which is 200,000 of all of them. So there's a way. There's a way. What I could consider doing is removing the constraints on those buffer chests and having them just totally fill. So while we're using all of the just red, we can be mass producing all of the other ones. Is this a good idea? 2,000? Yeah, let's fucking do it. Let's fucking do it. We'll just crank all these up. So it's going to empty all the supply chests, bring them all over to here. And then we'll go and repeat the process over here. And you know what? I think it's probably time that we think about producing more red. I mean, holy shit, look at that go. Fuck. It's just a constant, like, chain of robots hauling. Oh, did I do the same thing with this guy? Doesn't matter. Okay. Do I need more than... No, we'll leave that at 2,000. And then we'll do each of these up to 2k as well. And then let's think about upgrading our red and green production, because they're still at, like, early levels. Did I do military? I did. Did I do purple? I did not. Boom. And yellow. Boom. Okay, so let's see. That's a beautiful thing to watch. Absolutely delightful. Okay, so we'll run through... You know what? How many of these were in storage? 62,000. I could potentially bring those over. But I feel like 2k amongst all of these is going to be enough to keep these ticking along. It's also going to throw all of the factories back into action. This is going to be the lowest for some time, because yellow is very, very, very slowly being produced and is fairly expensive, quite frankly. With the flying robot frames and the blue chips, it's pricey. So, yellow, looking good. Let's see. Blue, how many are you? Ah, that's fine. Good. Military, remove limits. Let's go. That's going to be expensive, because it's going to need the grenades and the guns. And I feel like I also redirected bullets over via a belt up here. I did. Where did these wind up going? Because they went in this super gross loop-de-loop over and up and over. And then down and into here. Yes. I remember now. Didn't need to worry about removing the limits on the other one, because look at all the military science packs we've got over here. Okay. And what was this one? What's in here? What am I doing? What was I building? What was I building in here? Steel, copper. Ah. Right. Armor-piercing rounds. Which then exit out of here and then get turned into military science packs in this crazy fucking place. Good. Okay. And I feel like these guys are running slow for some reason. Waiting for space. Oh, it's the reds that I'm looking at. That's fine. I mean, I've already increased the power in that building to be a 100 gigawatt limit, so it's totally fine. Right. There's a pump here for no reason. All right. That's where I had my original steam power set up. Okay. So red science then. Do I need to worry? It's totally chockers. Unless I have at some point made another factory that's making red science, I may have done. Just forgotten where it was. Like everything else in this map. Everything's just mishmashed in and I have no idea where anything is. I tell you what though, those rails that are coming down to make purple science are starting to slow down a little bit. But we've got a full chest here. Well, we've got an almost full chest here. 7.1k. But we need 200 thou for each of those big research projects. But my logic behind this is we probably won't run out, actually, now that I've made a second farm of labs. There's no guarantees on that. Let's just, out of curiosity. So they're struggling to keep up with this. You can see it almost hitting that, like almost filling that final point. But then the labs are draining it. And that's with 2,600 logistic robots. Yeah. Well, because there's so much going on, like moving like this because of the graininess of it. I can imagine that there's probably a little bit of artifacting going on as I'm moving about. How are we doing here? Oh, yeah, we got some batteries. Fuck me. Alright, so that's being taken care of. This is occurring. Do we need more of this? I don't think we do. Wait, what the fuck? Rocket launch products. Fish. Why are rocket launch products fish? Am I seeing that correctly? Are we getting fish from launching rockets? And you know what? I don't want you to auto-launch with cargo for a little while. Now, let's have a look at our pollution, because that was the other thing that I was trying to see if we could, like, reverse. Because pollution at the moment is pretty fucking bad. But it is way, way, way better than it was when we loaded this up. So you can see there's still some light pollution over here, and a whole bunch of biters. But it was all down here. Like, this was all polluted very badly. Now, thanks to these farms that we have set up, so let's have a look at one of them. These are my filter farms. So they have a Mark III air filter. They have a belt full of clean air filters on the inside and then used air filters on the outside. They run around in a circle where they meet these recyclers or the assembly machines that then turn coal and a used filter into a clean filter, and around the cycle goes. There are no modules in them at the moment because they don't accept those. I suppose I could put down beacons, but I'm just brute forcing it with massive scale at this point. So yeah, there's all of those farms. There's two more here. I mean, you can see them because around the area where they are, there is zero pollution. I started two down here, and I feel like I might want to have one, like, over here somewhere as well. So let's go and do that, shall we? Let's grab... I'm just going to blueprint this, because two now, I have not blueprinted them. I have just copy-pasted them whenever necessary. So I'm just going to blueprint this. And we'll call this filter farm. Create. And then let me just double check what's going on in one of these and make sure that this is my... Yes, it is. This is my standard... Actually, hang on. Let me just double check this. My coal factory, it is my default coal factory, so that's fine. With the exception that it's got all blue chips in it, but that's fine. We can do that. Right. So let's grab my little airplane. What am I saving? Which is where? Where am I? It's near the rocket facility. There it is. And I'm pretty sure that last time I set up a factory to make filters, so it should be good. So let's just fly over here and find a reasonable spot. Okay, so there's those ones there. So let's maybe go here. So we've got access to the Roboport network from here if we build out this way. So, nope. Filter farm. Lag. Let's go. Probably. Actually, we'll start the first one here. Like there. And then we'll just continue upwards. That's awkward. Oh, I see. I was going to say that's awkward because it looks like the roboports aren't connected, but they will be connected once. Alright, so that is some delightful overkill. I might even map out some additional roboports, like there and there, just to add a little bit more distance to these guys. There. And there's not going to be any power in any of these yet, so let's go ahead and grab ourselves a couple of these bad boys. Because I don't think I put in... No, I didn't. Where's it going to be best? Probably right fucking there, which makes it awkward. That's fine. Let's just do this there, and then we'll repeat it down. I'm overlapping it, but that's fine. Efficiency is not one of my strong suits. There. Go there. And then large poles to connect between them. Cool. It's going to take a while to build that out. And by a while, I mean, might be time to go and have some dinner. I mean, on the plus side, the assembly machines are done. They are still without power, which is interesting. How are these not... Oh, doy. Where are my big poles? Where's my big pole? Medium pole. No? Am I out of big poles? Ah, I'm out of logistic range. Let's just hold fast for a second. And they should reappear momentarily. A lot of stuff. Wow, Jesus. I was at 50 assembly machines. They disappeared rather rapidly. Okay, so that then needs to go like... Wow. Really? Why can't you connect? It's like just out of range. Unnecessary to run that line, but I feel like doing it anyway. Okay, so these are all powered, and I should be in full Roboport range now. There is that one that's missing, but we can run up and my bots will pop that down because I've got some in my inventory. No? You gonna put that one down for me? Do I not have any Roboports remaining? I have 10. They should be building from my inventory. They are not. They're concerned... Okay, that one's done. That's good. That one's done. Good. Factories are going in. Good. Good. And that one's online there. Okay, good. So, that's good coverage, except for the bottom here. Is it necessary? No. Am I going to do it? Yes. Am I going to do it lined up? Yes. That one was actually too far north. That's fine. First of all, let's have a look in these here factories, and we'll get our coal production underway to feed these bad boys. It is going to require that I stand still for a moment and get some fast belts, which, do you know what? Now that I think about it, I've probably just consumed all of the fast belts. Hang on, I can find that out. Fast belts. Fast belts? Fast belts. Blue belts. They should be highlighted. They are not. I am blind. Ah. There are -5 in logistic storage. Yeah. Let's go ahead and just boost that a little bit, shall we? Chip. And if memory serves, I was producing those here. Yes. So we might be able to bolster that a wee bit. Oops. Whoa. Why don't we just do a little bit of le copy of this le rotate, because you need those, and then paste there. Where are you going? Nowhere. Okay, because this is what I did last time when I was running low. And you know what? Go ahead and paste another blob there. Okay, and what are these limited to? 3. Okay, and how much lubricant do we have in the network? 70,000. Plenty. All right, so that should... Oh. That should amp up the production of blue belts. What else did we need? We also needed... So I'm going to need a whole bunch of inserters, which I already have. Factories are taken care of. The air filters. I don't know how many of those are in logistics storage, but that's fine. They will populate themselves as they populate themselves. So let's nip back over to here. Just follow the trail of all of the robots. And looking good. Oh, look, I can just fly over and build things. That's cool. I mean, it is consuming the belts that I wanted to use to actually build other bits of this, but, you know, that's cool too, I suppose. Should I make a link from here to here if one... Oh, God, slow down. If one doesn't already exist. Let's find out. It does exist, okay. The main problem here, I reckon, is that these guys have to go up and around. Oh no, they're coming straight across. That's fine. Okay, so let's start at the start. Take it away. Now, the other thought. I have a cunning plan. Right, so in here, I need some more belts, please. Please bring me some more belts. And let's start getting... Oh, my God. Let's start getting these guys up and... Oh, look at these poor slow dudes. Oh, I left them behind. It's alright, they made it. Actually, how many do I have on board? I got 50 on board. And 18 logistics robots. Could you guys fuck off, please? I don't need you. I don't need any sulfur. I probably don't actually need this landfill, because I decided not to do that. So let's just dump that out. And here comes some belts. Ever so slowly. Alright, 257. Let's get my coal factory. Gotta stop vaping while I'm running a stream. Alright, coal factory out. This is probably not great. Should probably tap the stone out, but it's fine doing it this way. They're all fine, that's all fine. So now for this section, we're going to use a single small inserter, or a fast inserter I should say, and this is going to start producing the all-important air filters for this squad. These won't be needed until all of these filters come online. So, that's one down. The trick is, though, that whenever I stand in a spot like this, it then... all of the robots take their belts out of my inventory and go and use them. It's fun. Alright, so... that underway. Let's get them to auto-build these for us. Because I keep getting them dropped into my inventory and they keep getting nicked to go and build out. Actually, there's a setting you can use to turn off the build stuff from my inventory, isn't there? Although it's useful. It's fine. I'll leave it on for the time being. Okay. Let's move our way back up here. And it's this one next. So how are we doing? We've got 10 belts and no inserters. Let's wait for that situation to be remedied, and then we'll get the second one up and running. And then we can kind of leave the bots to sort of take care of the rest. How are we looking over here? See, bad pollution. Little island of cleanliness. And then down here we might want to put one as well. That solar farm is still being built, which is very surprising. I thought it would have been finished long ago. But that's okay. Why am I not listening to the game? Can't hear what's going on. There could be alarms. There could be... is my ion cannon firing? No? Actually, that's a fun thing we could do. Ooh, that's a fun thing we could do. Hold up. Let's see. Radar. I want 5. And yes, and accumulators. Where are the huge accumulators? Do I still have those? I'm pretty sure that they're still on my hotbar down here. Yes. Okay, cool. That's something we can have fun with. So, let's go ahead and get this one up and running. I really hope that's enough belts. I'm pretty sure that it should be. It is. And is there enough inserters there? There are. Good. So that one's done. Belts. You buggers. Alright. What I'm thinking is, it could be fun to hop into my jet and run down here and start just putting radars that are powered by solar and accumulator. And then just letting the ion cannons have some fun. Let's do that. While we're doing that, I'm sure that the factory will continue in the background to manufacture the things that we need manufactured, but for the time being... let's do about... so, one big solar panel, solar farm, there. Let's go with just a medium pole, that's fine, and then a huge accumulator. Okay, so that's charging. This is outputting 3.6 megawatts, which is stacks of power to run a radar, which I didn't wait to get. I don't have in my inventory. All right, hang on. Come to me. Bring me goodies. Nom, 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 nom. Inserters, good. Fast belts, good. Have I got my radars yet? No. There's one. Come on. I'm making more than that. There they are. Alright. I'll give them a minute. I'll tell you what, actually, I'll come down here. Because this is where my fast belts are being made. I may as well hover here for a moment and pick a few up. There's not many in storage because they're all being used for construction, but that's totally fine. Okay, here we go. Oh, hold the phone. Just one more thing. Just one more thing. I mean, we did make a shit ton of atomic bombs. We may as well equip them, right? May as well. Whoa, hey, come back here. Hey, stop. Alright, here we go. I mean, I haven't used these nuclear... Well, sorry. I have used these nuclear weapons, and every time I do use them, I blow myself up. So I'm probably not going to use them. I did actually just tap space, which is probably bad. If I had them equipped, things would have happened. So, radar... Where radar? Boom. And boom. And now... Now, is it set? Aha. Enable radar-based auto-targeting. Yes. Radar. Target. Is it going to do it? Should I just... Now, the last time I did this... Oh, wow, it actually just straight up destroyed them. Okay, that's pretty freaking cool. The last time I fired a nuke at something... Nah! They came and destroyed me quick smart. Ooh, fuck me. That was close. Got him. Ooh, that's satisfying. Ooh, I like it. I mean, it's still a bit risky. I could still get murdered. I should probably research spacecraft or aircraft. Oh, I'm confused. Aircraft shields. That might not be a bad thing to consider looking at. Okay, so let's bring online these last two filter farms. Like this. Oops. Oh, and while we're here... Oh dear. We are 2 quarries short. And now I'm out of speed chips, so that's a bit of a shame. How are we doing down here, cats and kittens? Good, good. Yes, good. Good. And we're just going to have to wait for some more supplies now. There are 601 unbuilt objects. 300 and something accumulators, 203 air filters, and 110 solar farms. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Wait, why is the number... of filters increasing and then decreasing. Why are these numbers jumping all... Okay, I don't know. And I kind of don't want to know. It's just kind of like, you know, it's best to not know sometimes. It's best to just be ignorant. It's good. Right. Final coal farm. For which we have nowhere near enough quarries. That's cool. But it's enough to get started on producing some filters to feed that system and get it started. Some speed chips up here at 94. Should be close to enough. Yeah. It's close. Okay. So, while that's all slowly doing its thing, let's look at pollution over the last hour. Okay, so we're now consuming 46, well, we're consuming 60k per minute. Over the last hour it was 46. That is nowhere near what my quarries are actually consuming. That's interesting. But it would make... No. Okay. Why is this only 46k per minute? I'm sure that was higher in the past. What about over the last 10? Oh. Well, the benefit is that the amount of pollution on the map is actually decreasing, which is why the amount of pollution we're able to suck up is decreasing. Oh my god, look at that, it's amazing. This is probably massive overkill. Like, and why am I bothering, right? This is actually a peaceful mode map, so the biters aren't going to come for me unless I fly around and nuke them for shits and giggles. Alright, let's leave that to do its thing for a minute. We'll come back and finish off the rest of it once we've got the fixins. I'm just going to go and check out this solar farm over here and see what's happening. I mean, I don't know... Right. No, they're all in construction range, right? Green is the construction range. Construction area 110 by 110. Yeah, supply area 50 by 50. So they should be able to construct from here. So is there a problem in that we don't have any of these in? No, we don't have any solar farms in storage, nor do we have any Mark III quarries. How many huge accumulators do we have? None. Well, there's your problem. Do I really want to complete this? Kinda don't. Let's go like that. Just let my little robots hoover it all up. Because I feel like this is too much of a strain on my factory at this stage to produce. Like, this was a bit too much of a project. Plus, I would like, so let's get these deconstructed here as well because they're out of range. Whoops, in the wrong way. Constructing robots? Hello? Guys? Could you, okay, I'll do it. You guys are having a rest, I guess. That's fine. Did they put that stuff in, whoops, in my inventory or the, no? Okay. Wait. That's, wait, what's happened here? So I just deconstructed a bunch of solar panels and I can't see them? Question mark? It's fine. Okay, cool. So, ignoring that for the time being, let's head back over to the other experimental location, which is here. Ah. So what I wanted to tinker with up here is if I can get a whole bunch of landscaping stuff, then first of all I should probably deconstruct this, and then I want to recreate this and put it up on top here. But do I really need to? I mean, we're producing 3.3 gigawatts at the moment. In the last hour, it has been totally fine. Like, the accumulators are putting out 2.1 overnight. And then the solar farm is keeping up with that until it finishes recharging the capacitors, and then it drops down to 2.6. So, kind of don't need to worry. I mean, I can see the steam turbines are kicking in. And they're producing like 500 megawatts overnight, which is good. Do we need that much power? Not really. Can we use more? Probably. Do we need... No, it's fine. Let's just carry on. I still only have 13 quarries. Which is a concern. I would expect that oh, wow, look at how empty the belts are. And that's because this is happening. But that's good. We're starting to get a little bit of a backlog here. Okay. How are we doing elsewise? What other things have I broken? Oh yeah, look, that steel belt there, or that iron belt is completely empty. That's full though. That's full. These red chips are slowing down because we're using a bunch of blues, but what are we using those for? For stuff. These guys, I guess. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Let's ignore that. Let's go back to Crazy Filter Farm. Okay, so you're good with the exception of speed chips. Oh, this is what we're using speed chips for. Ah, low power. Okay, let's amp that up to 500 megawatts. And the same goes for you. how are we looking? So we are producing some, but these guys are then recycling and chewing up the coal before it can get down to the production unit. But that's okay. We'd need more coal on the line so that it can be like this, where this guy is constantly churning until, I usually go until there's about 500 on the line, before I then pull the inserter off that final guy. Okay, everything's good. So how many have you produced, Mr. Man? 634. Good, you're done. We don't need any more on that line. How many have you produced? 3, because you didn't end up getting... That's going to help, isn't it? Okay, and you? 485. Let's let him go for a little bit longer. And 522. That's probably enough there. How you doing? 366. 368. 51. 4. Okay. That's because still not enough coal. Yep. 525. 395. This one's next. Meanwhile, you can see that the filters are being brought over as they're being constructed elsewhere. There's not a huge facility producing those. I should probably... Actually, no. I think I set up a chest. Hang on. Let's have a little looky-loo. This one. And it's there. Okay. So I did set up a chest to hold them and limited it to, you know, a reasonable amount, but then I just built way too many. It's fine. It's fine. But they're coming down the line. They could be coming down the line a little bit quicker if maybe I just did a little something like that. In fact, yeah, we're probably going to have a shortage of cogs, because cogs are coming in via robot delivery. And I'm pretty sure that there are none even remotely close by. So unless I wanted to set up a factory and then tap out some... So I could set up a factory and then tap out... Look, check it. Just do this. Like that. And then take it up a little bit. And then take it across a little bit like this. And then... I mean, this is completely pointless. I shouldn't be worrying about this, but, you know. Excuse me. That is an awful time for an autosave. Thank you very much. Uh-huh. And... boom. Right. where do we need this? Oh, fuck, it's gone the wrong way again. Nope. What? Yes, I am plate. I am plate. What the fuck? Waiting for source items. What? What? Low power? Whoa. Okay. That is a problem. That explains why we suddenly have power issues. Okie dokie. Well, we better probably go and deal with that, hey? Alright, so that's going to add to that, which will boost the production of these guys, which will boost the production of these guys, which will increase the production on these guys. These are still low power. Okay. Alright. Plan B. It's nuke time. Do I want to put it up here? I mean, this is where my nuclear fuel is. But if I put it elsewhere... I mean, it just needs to be relatively flat ground. Ah, and we also need water. What about up here? So, nuke's there. If I put it above this filtration system... that will do nicely. Okay, so I did create a blueprint. Is that it? That's it. Hold the phone. Hang on. There's more in this. That appears to just be a line of radars. That's hilarious. That appears to be... I don't know. So that's that one. That is just a portion of it. Alright, this one it is. So we're going to plop that... So I had a plan for this. So what I wanted to do is to have that there. And then we'll have roboports on the corners. Right. So they're like there. It's there. Now, there are substations in here that cover everything inside, which is great, but they don't cover my roboports. So what we'll just do is... Oh yeah, well that'll fucking do it. That one's covered already. That one can get connected there. This one can get connected there. Lovely. Now all we need is water. And then the water connects in like here and here. And okay. So we'll hook these up like such. Let's go. Oops, not there. There. And then bring this down like this. Oops. Okay, so we made a boo-boo on that one. That's fine. Put that to there. Okay. You know what? Let's just come in here. It's fine. Okay. You go there. Go up here. It's like 1 too short. Okay. Alright, cool. So that should take care of that. Now we just need to pipe some water in. So let's bring down a line to about here. And we'll grab ourselves an offshore pump. I don't believe I actually have any in my inventory. So we'll just quickly hand make one, hey? Offshore. I always do this. I can never fucking find it. It's the same as these factory input pipes. Every time I look for them, I'm like, where is it? So blind, like an old man. It's in production. That's why I can't find it, because it lives in with the no. Okay, look. Gear wheels, of course. I need friggin' gear wheels. Can you just give me like 50 of those, please? I mean, I still feel sorry for my little robots at the moment because, well, they won't be having a good time of it. Oh, it's because we're out of power. It's okay. What sort of power do we have right now in the grid? Getting that hooked into the grid is probably a good idea. Okay. We have power, but we are not connected because the roboports are charging. Okay. So that's happening. We've got 430 megawatts coming out of Nukas at the moment. We have now the need for an offshore pump. This one. Oh, I already had one. Rad. Okay. And then let's get that there. I'm pretty sure that this was enough. Nope. We need another one. Because that's only providing... Well, it's providing its full 1200, but my hunch is that we're going to need more than 1200 per second. 60... Eh? Oh, okay. So it was just filling the pipes and now it's settling down. Groovy. Okay. Now, let's just go and stand in the middle here for a bit. It does look like we're... we need some more turbines, but they'll come along as they are produced. And we'll keep an eye on this and see. It'll just stand right in the middle of this, in between 4 nuclear reactors. I'm sure it'll be fine. So we've got a good amount of nuclear fuel loaded up. There should be a good amount also being produced. There's another turbine. Lovely. And do we have enough pumps? Pumps. 1, 2, 3. Pump. I must be producing pumps somewhere, but I'm not sure where. It's fine. I don't remember ever creating a recipe or an instruction to set those up, but evidently I did, so thanks, Past Astro. You've helped me out. Okay, so let's keep an eye on this. It is 1600 in-game time. Let's get down to the 1 minute time scale. We are evidently producing 430 megawatts from our wind turbine, or sorry, our steam turbines. These, though, are still coming up to temperature. So these guys are hitting 400. These guys are hitting 400, 390, 400. Just got to wait for this temperature to work its way outwards. Okay. So the thing with these reactors is they can go up to 1,000 megawatts, and they get a neighborhood bonus from like being close to other reactors. Okay, we're coming online. So let's have a look at our power generation. Okay, so we're pushing up past 800 megawatts. Oh, sorry, that's the... Yep, that's my accumulators. Okay. So 500 on these guys. I can see that this is still a heck of a problem. Okay, accumulators. What I'm hoping is that these now start to produce something. And the answer is no. No. That's less than encouraging. That's very not encouraging. Why are these dropping? We just like pulled the heat out of them entirely? Output full, yeah. No input fluid. What? Low power for the pump. That's not handy. Because that pump is supposed to make sure that these pipes are fully populated. But if we've got pumps in here that run on power and we don't have enough power, then we're not going to have a fun time. On the plus side, the solar panels are coming back online. Okay, 1.1 gigawatts while we've got enough power going into the pumps. Is the pump functioning? The pump is functioning, which means that these are humming along. Okay, okay. Let's have another copy of this above. So let's just go like this. Is that copying my gun chip? I think it is. So let's copy that. And then let's rotate. And then line up the RoboPort with the other one. In fact, I could probably even come a little bit further south. Like this. And there's some stuff we can cancel in there, but that's okay. Let's make sure that these are going to connect, which that one is, that's fine. And then this one can connect like that. I'm going to need 2 more offshore pumps. Boop, boop. And you know what? We'll plug those in up here. You're not in power connection at the moment. That's fine, and that's understandable because we need to just drop in something like that. Okay. So we'll wait for those RoboPorts to fire up. We've got a little bit of excess belt up the top here, but that's fine. We can just quickly snick that out like that. I do like how these tile together. So we don't have enough steam generators up the top there just yet, but that's fine. They are being produced, as I say. How are we looking? 536 megawatt, 2.9 gigawatts coming in out of the solar farm. Now the good news is, because these are offline, we need some more fuel up here, peeps. Is there anything in there? There's 50 in there. Why? Oh, okay. Let's just quickly do like that, and then do like that, and then do like that, because I have upgraded ones in my inventory. And let's do those ones in there as well. Okay, so these reactors are going to come online and slowly come up to temperature, which takes a little while. And then they're going to slowly bring these guys up to temperature, and we'll be gravy. The addition of an accumulator farm out here might not be a bad idea. But let's see how we do. I feel like I want to just quickly double back and create an order to build. In fact, let's just fucking do it right here. What do these require? Copper plate, iron gear, wheel, pipe. No. I would like to create a machine to make that for me. Thank you. In fact, I'm going to do 3. And let's go with copper plate, iron gear wheel, and pipe. All of these we should have plenty of in reserve. Actually, 4 on the way, 0 in storage. 100 on the way, 50 in storage. 9,000 in storage in the way of copper plates. But that's a bit of a concern. It means that there's something very wrong elsewhere in the system. But that's okay. We can fix that. Doing this out here is probably pretty dumb, but that's what I do. And then I'm just going to lock these down at like 3 each. It's fine. Oh, probably would help if we selected the recipe as well, which is there. Okay, so let's be concerned about pipes, because the fact that there's only 8 on the way means that this ain't doing much. So let's quickly... Yeah. Let's just quickly get some factories down here and get some stuff getting produced. So I'm going to have one right about here. And that's going to be a steel factory, which can output to the south. Lovely. And then that is going to... Oops. South. That is then I'm going to split that into 2 more factories. One which, thank you, can go there. And we'll wait for number 2. Actually, I'll start piping this in. Haha, get it, pipes? Because that's what we're going to be making. Into the top of that, and then number 2. Nope. Waiting for it. What's required for a pipe, actually? Yeah, just plates. That's cool. Is anyone going to bring me another factory? That'd be cool. Anytime. Anytime. Okay, well, let's do the first one first then. So what we're going to do is we're going to use my coil factory here. Okay, good. In fact, that's going to be overkill of the highest degree. So I'm just going to let this build out, and then we're going to cancel like this and all of that. So it's just 1 stack is fine. And then we're going to change the recipe on these machines so that they're going to be pipes. Oh, hang on. Yeah. No, that's a coal factory. I need the coil factory, please. So let us go ahead with that, thank you very much. Because I was thinking, this coil factory, when it's running at full tilt, will consume 2 iron factories worth of plates. But I've just realized that if I go like this, and then we go, hey, you top guys, could you please actually create for me some pipes, which are in here. Great. And then these ones down here, could you please create for me cogs? The cog picture is there. That's fine. You were in the right place, Astra. That's good. So let's create cogs here and cogs here. And wait up. What? Oh my god, it's 6 p.m., guys. And so, yeah, we'll then just split that when we do have some belts, which... Where did you go? Oh, poor little dude. When we get our next shipment of belts in, that needs to move over one. And then this one needs to come into, I think, the top one. We'll soon find out. Belts? Guys? Do you want me to come closer? I can come closer. Ah, here they come. There should be plenty of belts in storage by now. Alright. Alright, that's complete. Let's hook these two up, there and there. And so it's now the top center that we need. Sorry, that one. And then like this. And like this. Oh god, I should be doing it from the opposite direction. It's easier to grok. Okay, so that's fine. And then we're coming out the bottom left and that one and that one. Nope. What? Oh, yeah, okay, great. So, bring those out. We're going to put some provider chests down. And we're just going to stack unload those like that. Is there a reason why you guys are only doing one row? Oh, it's because you're running faster than what you're receiving. Okay. Pipes are okay, though. Power. And this is probably low on power too, which it is. I know why. We're low on power because it's nighttime again. Okay, how are we doing? Insufficient cogs. That is to be expected. Do we have enough though? Almost. How are we doing up here? We are producing 590 megawatts of nuclear power. Do we have the problem where these pumps are not running again? Where are they? They're okay. $585. 600. Okay, we are satisfied. These are not running. No input fluid. Pumping. Temperature? Low input fluid. Oh, well, well, well. So the input fluid's coming in here, and we're at 0.2. Okay, and how are you doing? No input fluid. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ow, ow, ow. Careful, dog. How are we doing up here? 65. Right. Pump. I want to get some pumping going. I know such. My dog would like to go for a walk, so we might wrap this up very shortly, so that I can take him out. Because he's ready to go. Okay, I need some pumps. I'm pretty sure that I set up an order to produce those. Let's see. Pump. Well, of course I did. So let me get 10 and 10. Okay. Let's see. Yep. 88 in storage. And how are you guys doing? 1017 and 71. Okay. So the way that they've got these set up is not great. They're not getting fully fed all the way through because this split here, there's just too many objects using. So what we're going to do is grab our pumps, which should have arrived by now, and they have, and I'm going to push those this way. Pipe is in the way, I know. Ugh, alright, fine, fuck you then. And it needs power. So it's able to do 12,000 per second. Let's do another one up here. It's another 2 up here. Uh-huh. And where are they? Can't see. Going blind. Sometimes it makes me wonder. And let's go 2 like that. And hook this guy up to some power. Alright, there we go. 600 per second. 390 of 400, and it's doing 600 per second. These guys, 647, 589, should be fine. So let's check now. These ones in the center were the ones that we were worried about. No input fluid, okay. No input fluid, no input fluid. Right. Slight problem. Into there. Power. Zero. 1. So we're going to need to amplify the amount of water that we've got coming in here, I reckon. Because all of these ones are offline. Alright, let's get on top of this. I mean, ideally... Ooh, do I have... Oh, yeah, I know what I'm going to do. I know exactly how to fix this situation. Let's go ahead and do this. So I want... no, I don't want to craft it. I want to be delivered some water, which I don't have. Okay, water. This one, and I want 100. So, what we're going to do is we're going to extend these pipes up like this, and extend this pipe up like this. We're going to then clear this whole area here. And we're going to go ahead and grab ourselves some... No, we're still waiting. Still waiting. There they are. That's 4. Come on, guys. There's plenty in storage. Okay, that should do it. That should do it. So let's go like that. And that. Then let's use our offshore pumps like there and there. We'll get rid of these. And then we'll go ahead with a regular pump like this and this. Power them up. Alright. 1200. I mean, this is probably unnecessary. Yep. Fully working. Good. Great. Let's do the same thing on each of these nodes. Because it's just... we don't have enough water and it's not flowing well enough to run the whole thing. And then we'll have to go over and do the same thing with the ones on the other side. And Bob should be your brother's something. I don't know. Okay. Do we need the pumps? We don't, by the looks of it. That's taking care of it. It's just, yeah, it's just proximity and volume, by the looks of it. This is going to be a bit of a problem in here, but how are we looking anyway? Low input fluid. Okay, we kind of do need them in here. What happens, though, if I grab my water and I go like... What? I was killed? Oh. Okay, I think I know the reason for that. I clicked on myself with the water thingy. Marathon stream, I know. What are we at? 6 hours and 56 minutes. So it's probably time for me to wrap things up. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and you know what? I'm gonna wrap it up here. I need to fix the water inputs for this whole malarkey because it's not enough unless... No, it's not enough. So I thought that just these pumps here, because they're only doing 159 and 440 per second, I thought that that was enough for everything. But these pipes are just not full enough. Hang on, let's try a little something here. Let's try. What would happen if I just went... like this. And we'll hook all of these together. Will I get enough out of this? Or, I mean, I'm assuming that I'm actually going to need some forced pumping here. Like if I set all of these, if I set all of these up. Okay, so these are now flowing really nicely. Like I can see this absolutely thumping along. Low input fluid, low input fluid, no input fluid. Okay, so it's not enough to do this. We do need to tear this all apart. Let's reset this order to get myself some water, which is in here, which is this one. Give me 100, that's fine. And we'll go back to the original plan. What's going on here? Okay, you don't need that. Have an input at every corner. And those ones in the center are going to be interesting, but it's fine. So, let's get rid of that. Get rid of that, please. Thank you. Put that there. So, have a pipe, pump, there, and there. Okay. And offshores are... where? Oh, guys. I told them to deconstruct the offshore pumps up there, and they've taken them back to the main base. The buggers. Alright, well, that's fine. Bring me... times 20. Come on. Bring me the offshore pumps, guys. There we go. Okay, so if we go like this and this, then they're going to start pulling and feeding that quadrant. Then we'll do the same thing here, being very careful not to drown myself again. Okay. I need to do something in there, but I'm not sure how just yet. So we'll just go around the outside. We'll see how it's looking once we've done this. Offshore. Okay. Oh, actually, it looks like... it looks like just doing those ones down the bottom there has potentially, like, done the trick. But I'll keep going because I want to make sure that it is 100% full tilt operation. There. How are we looking so far? 1.1 gigawatts. That's good. It's still nowhere near what we need. But it does give us a template to work from. Because if I can then do like all of these around the outside here, then we use that as our new blueprint going forward. Because the blueprint that the guy, or that I found, which is just that sort of, have I run out of offshore pumps? I have. Look at that. See, that was offline. That didn't have enough water. These are offline because they don't have enough water. Let's get rid of that cliff, please. Thank you. Just love that. Instruct my little robots to just throw out a bomb. They don't line up, which is going to make me very sad. It's fine. Honestly, it's not super important. Okay, so they're now fully tilted. And these ones at the bottom are full tilts. How are we looking in the center here? Working. Now, hold up. So that's hooked into there, and that's hooked around like that. See, what you could technically do to make this even better would be to connect these two. Ah, see, that's in the way there. You could technically connect these through to the back end of these to sort of have the water flowing and circulating in the center here as well. If there were a ring, like if these were placed one more notch out, then you could get away with that, but it'd be, no, unnecessary. Okay, how are we doing on this? 1.4 gigawatts. That's good. And then 2.9 coming in from the solar farms. If I built 2 more of these in this direction, we'd be sitting pretty. Let me just make sure that these are connected through here. Yep, 1.4 gigawatts. Yeah, wow. Okay. So these are basically serving to fill the accumulators. Our air filters are current... Oh, I see. This is where our fucking... This is where all of our air filter, all of our electricity is going, into the air filters, which run to 24/7, and as a result, yep. Okay, so let's copy, and I'll leave the pipes out this time. Let's copy that. Let's do... Where? What have I done? Ah, a little bit too aggressive there. So I want to be like that, so I get... Yes. And I guess like that. Uh-huh. Let's go like there. And there's some crap there. That's a bit of a shame. Like this, like there. Okay. Let's link the roboports. Nope, the roboports in by doing like this, and that should be fine to there. We're gonna need one in the middle here. Oh, those are off center. Oh, this is gonna drive me batty. But it's fine. And then do, and what? Get out of my range a little bit. It is. Sure. Yeah, boy. Pipes. Power. Actually, can I squeeze in? Yeah, just fucking whack a couple of these bad boys down. It's overkill, but guess I get to... Nope, they're already on it. Okie dokie then. So... let's carry on. Wait till the 7-hour mark at least. Well, we're already there. Do you know what I think? I think the problem was that I ran a pipe right around the outside, which was just causing the pressure to drop too far. Whereas when I put these right here like this and just smack them straight in, it seems to be plenty to feed them. Here and here. Oops. Okay. Okay, and we need a roboport over here. And up here. To cover off those chests. And then final section. These things make me... This water placer makes me nervous after drowning myself a moment ago. I see I do still have a couple of connectors here, but they're not actually going anywhere important, so we could probably just hack that out. Okay. Oh, I thought that was the last two. Well, it's there. Bish bash bosh bosh. Bish bash bosh bosh. Grab myself some pumperoonies. Pumpy pumps. Pumpy pumps. One goes there. One goes... Ooh, that's awkwardly placed. Let's have a little bit more water on that section. There we go. Just like a ball one. Oops. Apparently the character is in the way. So these guys should now have power. How are we doing on heat? 485 degrees. And look at these guys in as well. Oh. Oh. Delightful. Oh. Put you in the wrong spot, haven't I? Boom, boom. Lovely. Okay. Is everyone connected to power? Yes. Is everyone connected to water? Yes. Are we coming up to temperature? Slowly. Are they connected through to the main grid? It doesn't look like it. Oh no, there is a connection there. But I wouldn't mind having a slightly larger one coming off of... Coming off of this one. And then hooking down into this grid over here somewhere. Just for redundancy, you know? Not that it's necessary. Because... Oh, do I... Oh, okay. One of the construction robots from the main area is going to take care of that, I guess. And how are we looking? So... Nuclear power is currently producing 120 megawatts because the accumulators are full and the solar panels are okay. They're doing their thing. So let's wait until nighttime. Not enough turbines here, but that's okay. They're being produced here for us. And they will slowly fill up. Good news is that these guys will be... how are we doing? 884. How are we doing? Low temperature. Low temperature. 10 megawatts? Oh, look, we're missing heat pipes over here. Oh, interesting. I do have a machine that's making them, but it didn't have that many queued because I wasn't planning on doing too much of this craziness. So I guess it's just run out. I'm just going to have to wait and see what happens when that does its thing. But these ones... At temperature, we're at 975, which is good. 979, which is good. So this bottom array is going to be working. This right-hand array over here, array should be coming online. And these ones Low temperature because we're missing heat pipes, are we? Yes, there's one missing there and this one's missing. So, I'm going to let them take care of themselves, but let's see. How are we looking now? 1.7 gigawatts, 1.8, 1.9. Accumulators are ramping up. Are ramping down a little bit. Oh no. Yeah, okay. Okay. We got this. We got this. So we're just holding at 1.7. So it spiked a little, like it went up a little bit, but it looks like as we're pulling down into some of the temperature a little bit. Wow. Nuclear power is fun. Like, really fun. Like, obscenely fun. How are we looking over here? No heat pipes, no heat pipes. At least the reactors are online. This guy is out of radio range because I didn't put another robo port over here. Cannot be built on water. Well, shit, hey? It'll have to go there. That's fine. Okay, so you can then be fueled up. Good news is by the time these guys get connected with heat pipes, they'll be fully at temperature. And yeah, they can just hammer away and do their thing. Okay, so that is that. Let's head back over and see how... Where the fuck am I? Okay, see how this is going. Looks like we're pretty much complete here. The only thing we need... Whoopsie doodle. The only thing we need to do is finish this off and put some speed chips in. Good. There's a couple at 2, but it doesn't really fucking matter. And these machines, I would be horribly surprised if they haven't completed their... Oh my god, okay, well that one's fucked. This one has built 327. That seems like not enough, but that's probably because there's still some missing in there. Output full is okay, and output full, okay. Right, well that's fine. Those ones have fucking plenty of stuff. Like more than enough. Wait, what? How was output full? Oh no, I stopped that one when it hit 525. You don't need more than 500. I could potentially pick some of these up and shove them into the other guy, but... Okay, that one's good. And down here... That one's... Yep, that's fine. So hold... Oh! They're both being fed by the same fucking machine. Okay. So these ones, we need these to be fully done. And let's have a look at our... Oh. Let's have a look at our pollution now. Okay. So this was all bright red down here when we started, and it was stretching all the way over here. There's still some patches of light pollution out there and up into here, but I think we've done a pretty magnificent job of bringing pollution way the frack down, and I'm pretty stoked with that. Like, the areas around the filters, you can see that they're flickering a little bit as the pollution is sort of, you know, coming in and being sucked up, but yeah, these huge big blobs we should now start eating into, and you know, hopefully we can leave this planet the same way that we found it, because when we arrived it was perfectly pristine and, you know, everything was good. Tell that to the towns around Chernobyl, well, Pripyat. Which the Russian army captured for some reason. Like, I don't know what they're doing. It's all very strange. A very strange situation. Why do they need a disused nuclear power station? Do I want to know? Don't think I want to know. Just hoover up some of these. this guy here. And then that 100 plus that 400 that we've already created will take care of that bottom belt there. And we'll pick up another 100 or so. Shut this guy down and shove these into this guy, and that should take care of this bottom row. We've got a few that are running out down here, but let's just do like this. Make a gap in each of these. What's that giving me? 50, 50. That should do. And then we'll go like a temporary little... Good. That should do the trick. That one's empty. Okay. So that's our air filtering up and running efficiently. And that one's overloaded as well. Did I remove that inserter? Fuck, I didn't. How did you end up producing? 1,350. Alright, well that's fine. I just worry that that's going to wind up being too many. But I'm sure it'll be fine. In fact, why don't we make a nice big gap here and dump 150 of those onto this northern line. That, and have those used ones that I accidentally picked up as well. Okay, good. So that kind of balances things out a little bit. There's probably better ways that I could do that with some, you know... No, because it's waste. It's made from, what is the elephant's foot made from? Let's see. The elephant's foot... Doodle-doodle-doodle-doo. Thorium and other materials formed underneath the power plant. It's extremely radioactive, though the danger is decreased over time due to decay. Origin composition. Silicon dioxide with traces of uranium, titanium, zirconium, magnesium, and graphite. Mass is largely homogeneous. Through the depolymerized silicate glass contains occasional crystalline grains of zircon. These grains of zircon are not elongated, suggesting a moderate crystallization rate, while uranium dioxide dendrites grow quickly at high temperatures, blah 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 blah. What? The mass was quite dense and unyielding to a drill mounted on a remote-controlled trolley, but was able to be damaged by an AK-47 using armor-piercing rounds. Lol. Fuck it, that's the most Russian thing that I've ever heard. Like, oh, we do not seem to be able to drill this thing. Pew pew. Oh, look. Oh, that is insane. 8,000 roentgens per hour, delivering a 50-50 lethal dose of radiation within 5 minutes. Fuck me drunk. That is terrifying. Yeah, okay. That's something you don't want to go near. Not in a million years. 5-minute lethal dose. Wow. Anyway, did I get all of my things online? Wait, did you get your speed modules? Yes. I'm pretty sure that was the last one, wasn't it? These ones were done. Yes. Okay. Let's go and check to see how that nuclear reactor site is taking shape. Everything stopped flashing, so that means that it is completed. It's the first one. Here we go. Ooh, they're online. Okay, let's see. Output full. Good. Output full is what we want. Temperature, 900 and something. 900 and something. I can hear them spooling up. 1.8 gigawatts. Oh, that's odd. I would have expected the one over on the left to be contributing more. 2.1. 2.2. Nice. Keep going, baby. I want to see how far we can push this before I wrap things up. 2.5 gigawatts. 2.6. Okay. 2.6 is nice. And then the accumulators are kicking in. I mean, basically at this stage, with 2.5 gigawatts, if I put down one more of these, I could retire all of the solar farms. But, one last thing. Oop, zoom out. So I need to rearrange this original reactor because it's nowhere near efficient enough. Like, these ones out here are running. No, they're okay. They're okay. It's not as compact and efficient as that, but it does the trick. Well, we've got plenty of fuel. That's taken care of. And the enrichment center is functioning perfectly. There may be an insufficient amount of... Yeah, there is definitely an insufficient amount of 235. So we need to tap some more in. But, I mean, there should be some coming out of used, like spent fuel, but then it's getting consumed too quickly in here. So let's go ahead and tap out one of these chests to bring some 235 back to the party, because these centrifuges need 235 to turn the 238 or to enrich the 238. I very much agree with that statement. It's going to take tens of thousands of years for Chernobyl to be a safe location for humans to be, or at least inside the containment facility. Outside is not too bad from what I understand, but yeah. Yeah, it's pretty terrifying. Pretty terrifying. God damn, that miniseries was so good, though. I'll watch that again anytime. Such great acting. Jared Harris is a delight. Oh, really? So it's gone down? That's concerning. Although I did read in the news the other day that radiation levels around Chernobyl were picked up to be higher than they were, so probably Russians, yes. It doesn't make sense why they would... I mean, it's I guess it's like a flex for them to be capturing that site and being like, haha, we own. But it's like, guys, you don't want to be messing with this shit, really, do you? I don't think we should be messing with it at all. Hey, that's a good idea. Just slowly trickle in. Slowly trickle in. And should we have one more row of these puppies? I feel like we could support one more row. But not today. Not today. That's enough for today. We're producing a good amount of fuel. That fuel is being picked up, and you know what? Let's just unload that entirely. There's a spent one in there by the looks of it. Is that a spent one? Is that a cog? The fuck is there a cog in there for? Where did that come from? Why are there red chips in here? How have I managed this? Have they come in from here somehow? Nope. I've somehow managed to get some curious things on this belt. But hey ho. I could potentially okay, if I strip this out and replace it with another compact one, then we can get rid of this belt. Having stuff on belts is dumb, because stuff on belts just sits around out in the open and doesn't do anything. But that's fine. That's fine. Okay. 1848. It is time for me to wrap things up. Friends, thanks for hanging out today. Whoever's still out there, Sneven is, obviously. Sorry, I've got my monitor now set up. I've got above and below monitors, so when I'm looking up at chat, I'm looking up here, which I feel is not great. I don't know how to do that more or better, though. But it's fine. Ooh, oh, accumulators are on. But we're still getting 2.5 gigawatts. Oh, man, that's like solidified the power situation beautifully. I'm really happy with that. Right, anyway. Time for me to go. Time for me to be on my... Oh, hang on. Just realised that this is now a bit of a problem. Because this is going to be continually making... Okay. Let's get you to stop there. And maybe we do want that belt to be filled until we fix it. Anyway, that's it. Save it up. Save as derp. Because I loaded from an autosave and it broke it. If you told us 7 hours ago, it's fine. It's fine. We made it to 7 hours and 29 minutes. I think that's a good run. Friends, thanks for joining me. It's been lovely. It's been a good day. Got to hang out with Archer earlier on. Got to run on my private game for a little while and get some goodies happening. And now it's time for me to go for a little one of these ones with the little furry man behind me. And then I'm probably gonna... Do I want to eat a pizza? I probably don't want to eat a pizza. I had a pizza the other day and I felt a bit gurgly for the next 2 days afterwards because I'm usually good with food, but cheese and loads of bread do tend to make me a bit upset in the gutty works. It's not great. But anyway, thanks for hanging out. I hope you all have a lovely evening, morning, afternoon, whatever the case may be. I'll see you all next week. Peace.